Good afternoon. Let's get started. I hope all of you enjoyed the facilities of the new EPIC Center and AUA as well. One ask from all of you, please turn your cell phones off or at least put it on silent mode. Next, we have our keynote speaker. And our keynote speaker is a person who is an inspiration for me personally. I've met him about a year ago for the first time in person. He's such a person that motivates you to work 25 hours a day. And he probably works 25 hours a day himself. He was born in Damascus, and then he came to Armenia through the way of Leningrad and Texas. Some people may call him, and I have to read this, Director of South Asia, CIS, Middle East at National Instruments, but actually he's a true engineer at heart at National Instruments, first and foremost. Aram, Salatian, it's a pleasure to invite you to be the keynote speaker.
This was the longest introduction for me so far, so thank you. Good afternoon. First, thank you for inviting me to be the keynote speaker. It's an honor. Thanks for the introduction. So, opening of the EPIC Center, the candy store. Okay, we get this eternal question, why Armenia, everywhere? It's been 7 years that I have been here. Every time I travel, questions, why Armenia? And really, first we had some slides, we had this and that, but we have now so many stories to tell that the answer is just straightforward. So what I will show you here, what has been done from a National Instruments perspective over the last 7-8 years. And this is really the proof why Armenia and what can be done in Yervant. When we came in 2007, this was our first introduction to Yervant, and we very quickly realized that in a radius of 30 minutes from the center, you have access to 30 research institutes and 4 major universities. We have realized that we can find domain expertise in almost every engineering and science applications. Anything. Recently, 2 museums were opened in the engineering city that capture all this knowledge and tradition that Armenia has and had. One is the Museum of Science and Engineering, and the other one is the Space Museum. In this Museum of Science and Technology, when you have time, you can visit, and everything that has been done previously as a history and as a tradition has been somehow captured in this museum. And they have all the different technologies and science that has been produced previously. In the same building, there is a Space Museum. And here you will see what was done and built and designed and researched in Yervant, in the space field. It's just incredible. It turned out that, if you remember, there was a space station called Mir. All the all the telescopes were built in Armenia. 70% of the electronics on that station was done in Armenia. When we heard this as National Instruments, as we understood what the potential here is, I'll tell you how we felt. We really felt like in a candy store. We had access to so much knowledge, so many universities, so much tradition, so many professors, so many academicians in every field, in every application. We were like in the candy store. We started in the EIF building, 2007. We started with one room. This is the Enterprise Incubation Foundation. And within 7 years, we took over the whole building. We pushed out every tenant in that building. And from the beginning, where we started as a pilot project of 3 people, we ended up as 250 people and 20 startup companies in that building. It's just amazing. There's no other place probably with this speed you can do this. And really the credit is really to the candy store that we've been picking from. And if you see it, I just show you the different directions of these companies, it's pretty much in every engineering field, from embedded system design, from communication system design, for smart machine control, semiconductor tests, condition monitoring, data logging, and so on and so forth. And we keep growing. Of course, we run out of space. The next move will be into the engineering city, which is being built now, and hopefully in next year, sometime mid next year, we should move into the city with this whole startup companies that have been working already in the marketplace. And really, last year, this is an internal event, internal of National Instruments. There's some 3,000 employees are sitting there. And here you have one of the vice presidents showing the 5 main engineering centers in the world for National Instruments. Just check out the names of the cities. You have Austin, which is the capital or the headquarters of National Instruments. You have Paris, you have Milan, you have Tokyo, and you have Yervant. I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, just check the cities, what is possible in Yervant. Really, once you put Yervant on the map, there is no going back, and it's just accelerating. So now you know why the picture. Really, for Yervant, for engineering and scientists, this is a big candy store. We're picking from them. And guess what? We have another candy bar, which is called Epic. We're just touring today, Arman, and we just think, okay, what are we going to do here? Because we're going to knock on your door soon and say, okay, let's do this, let's do that, and be ready because we like candy. So congratulations, Yervant. It's a new center, entrepreneurship, innovation, engineering, all things good, futuristic, and so on. Okay, so now let me switch to a little bit about talking about the process of innovation, since that's a topic in the entrepreneurial mindset. There are many books written on this, many lectures given. I just try to boil it down to a few points, if you will, just from a practical point of view. Really, the innovation process is this: university research, product development, deployment. Very simple. University research. I really want to point out no innovation if there is no research in the universities. So there got to be university research. That's the fundamental element of innovation. You got to have university research. That's where you have your knowledge, when you get discoveries, and soon enough, you get the product ideas. So from research, once you decide to move from research into product development, that's where entrepreneurship begins, really. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're just a researcher, you stay at your research. You publish, you talk, you research more, full-time researcher, that's good. Once you start thinking about product, you become an entrepreneur. Pretty much that's the mindset of an entrepreneur. So product development, right away you get into intellectual property, you get into product development. And I open this up a little bit further. In the product development, you have this iterations of design and prototyping. The reason I opened it up, because one of the labs of the EPIC is prototyping lab. So really it's part of the product development, so I think it's right there. And then you move into the marketplace. Really the product development piece and deployment is what is called innovation. Okay? That is innovation. So it's really product development and going to the marketplace. And here you have the research and to innovation, and I see it here, EPIC is, I understood, is right in here. It's really, when AUA is doing its research, then EPIC will provide entrepreneurial training and facilities and mindset and skills and business skills and all that to make this move from research into innovation possible. And I think it's a fantastic thing to have because it's really very important. And it's not an easy task because really to become an innovator is a mindset, is a lot of additional work, risk, and so on and so forth. A little bit about multinational companies in the innovation process. Me being an engineer at National Instruments, I just want to show how we get into this piece. So we really work and partner with research universities, universities that do research. We do a lot of joint projects, joint research. We share facilities, equipment, and so on and so forth. And I want to give you a few research examples that are happening now in the world and in Yerevan. So 5G research, telecommunication, it's everywhere, everybody's talking about it, and all advanced universities have some serious 5G research going on. 5G is after 4G, it's a networked society, everything will be connected to each other, and so on and so forth. So really, what's going on in Yerevan? Believe it or not, there is a 5G research headed by a professor at the Polytechnic. He has his students. They have done already some results, experiments, they have results, and they just came back from a conference 2 weeks ago presenting their findings. So really, I can say that Yerevan, at least what we see here, is plugged into the most advanced research in 5G. Another example, a lot of people talk about it, is automotive radar research. You know, automotive smart cars, driverless cars. That's a lot of research going on in universities, lots. And this is basically when you have a car that sees everything, gives signals, alarms about everything, stops the car when needed, parks the car when needed, and so on and so forth. A lot of sensing, a lot of intelligence, a lot of artificial intelligence. So a lot of stuff going on here, and a lot of research. And again, together with National Instruments, one of the universities are getting into the automotive radar research in Yerevan. So they have a clear target to achieve active radar design and target simulated prototyping. And they're now in the prototyping phase. And as I see, they're already on a simulation level. They have already some results. What I want to show is really how, I want to go back, how multinational companies get into this innovation process. And sure enough, just from these two topics, if you will, If you just think about it, the product ideas and the research ideas are so many. Just for 5G, I just listed a few. For automotive radar, I listed a few. The guys have already mapped this out. Some people are thinking about creating products for these applications. And really what we will see is this pie of engineering companies or startups will just be growing pretty much very fast if we are able to bring all these new products into market. This is also, I want to show that multinational companies also help in bringing products into the market. So if we do that successfully, what we will need soon is a second engineering city. But this time it will look like this. And I think the EPIC Center has a big role to play. And this is, I think, one of the ways we're going to judge if you did well, because we really have to fill that engineering city. Yeah, thank you.
Aram, thank you so much. I think we're going to make this a yearly event, this conference, and we'll be inviting you next year too. So mark your calendars. Now we have a panel on innovation in Armenia. Jacqueline Karaaslanian will be the moderator, and we have 5 speakers, 5 panelists who will participate and discuss innovation and the role of different companies in the Armenian ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship. Jacqueline, please.
Well, we're off a great start and very inspiring. We all are going to present in a couple of slides what each organization is about. I'm representing Luys. Our motto is summarizing what we do, learn, do, co-create, and we are very much part of the candy store. So, and our own Arman Poghosyan is a Luys alum from MIT. I wanted this one, okay. I wanted to give you the mission of Luys at a glance, and it's in these 6 stages. Each have a range of pretty sophisticated programs, from giving scholarships. I'm just, summarizing very quickly. We give scholarships to any Armenian student, no matter where they live, if they have been accepted to one of the top 10 universities. Engage, it's they are all connected to Armenia. They come in the summers and put their learning into practice. They learn to collaborate with other centers of excellence in Armenia and their peers here, and they integrate their understanding of the reality of Armenia within their own studies, so that they can give back. And that's what we call perpetuate. They're also mentors to younger students in Armenia, and we are all building bridges between the centers of excellences and universities here, collaborations, programs. So we are pretty much working with all countries that have these centers of excellence, and we are representing Armenia within these centers. And Armenia is also welcoming them here to collaborate and co-create. And it's a growth of the individual, the organization, and the country. So this is about Luys, and I'm very honored to moderate such a inspiring panel. So the theme is innovation in Armenia. I wanted also to bring here around innovation a concept that is now taking the world by fire for the past 5 years when we talk about reverse innovation. And what that means is, as the emerging countries are getting into the market, the big giants of the West are looking at the emerging markets where you have less, let's say, financial investment, but because the needs are very acute and visible, there's a very dynamic organization of great minds, young students, researchers with really powerful mentors who suddenly create products, and the product not only is performing in the emerging markets, but also suddenly now taking on the Western markets. I'll give you an example. In the medical field, when China has a big lack of hospitals and health points, so they were thinking of developing a very inexpensive ultrasound machine, which usually is quite costly in the Western world. When the machine was developed, it also captured the Western market because it was small, flexible, less expensive. So ambulances, a lot of now health points could have them. So it started as a product to respond to a very acute need in China and ended up being a success on all markets and global. So this is what they call reverse innovation. And I think that with the presentation of Mr. Salatian, it's pretty obvious that we are in this segment of very innovative, and basically the world can be ours. So now I'm going to ask our panelists to come and present about their company, and if they have a product that actually fits this profile, please tell us a little bit about it as well. And also, as a second question, how you fit it within the collaboration with the new Epic Center that's being created. Our first speaker for this panel of 5 is Mr. Yervant Zorian, who represents Synopsys, but also is on the board of AUA's trustees. So he has the triple hat of university world, engineer, business. Welcome to Yervant Zorian. I'll go maybe next. Okay, you join us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jacqueline, for the kind intro. I'll be showing a few slides. All of us are consumers of technology, and as you know, the technology sector carries lots of innovation these days, and today's panel is on innovation and what we do there. As we use technology, we keep using data, and the data increases drastically year by year, month by month. Okay? This is due to the applications that we use. Today we are in a stage where every single user among you uses about 200 chips in your surroundings, rather directly or indirectly. So hundreds of chips are common these days, and these will keep increasing as we go. Some of those applications are generic in nature, so we converge things together. Those mobile equipments you have, your PCs, your tablets, your mobiles, are converged equipments. But we're moving to the next level, which is the next layer. These are the edge devices, which are not generic. They are dedicated in various things. So these are the wearables that we wear on ourselves, or machine-to-machine ones. These will also require a large number of chips. So the amount of chips that we'll be using for the Internet of Things will be even more. Now, those chips would require lots of innovation. Our cars today, again, are containing about 20 computers in them, 20 PC power. In them, we have, again, a huge number of chips. We have about 100 million lines of code in each car. We also have a large number of wiring, more than 1 mile of wiring in every new car. Now, the cars are meant to communicate. So everything goes into communication. Everything goes into data transfer from one place to the other. So in our case, Synopsys is a provider of IP blocks and software to design chips. So our innovation comes from helping designers make their chips. So as you make a chip, you put blocks together. So we need to come up with new blocks that can be pulled together during the design stage. So a chip designer will put them together, will create a nice chip in these applications. Now, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, you may think of them as service companies, but in reality, they are chip companies these days. They can make chip designs because they use such building blocks that we supply. Okay. So in short, what Synopsys is doing today is providing IP blocks and software blocks to create new chips. Now, why I'm telling you all of this? Because a part of Synopsys is in Armenia today. Synopsys itself has about 10,500 employees, 10.5, with a $2.3 billion business. 1/3 of its budget is on R&D. And also it has various other elements in it. I will not concentrate on those. This company, like many others, is built on acquiring and combining technologies. So Synopsys until now has acquired over 100 companies from various places. Luckily, it acquired 4 of those companies that happen to have locations in Armenia. So today, Synopsys has a location in Armenia, has a workforce, an innovative workforce in Armenia because it acquired numerous companies from Armenia. The IT companies in Armenia increased over time drastically. So you see here the small number of IP companies in the past, in the early 90s, and then they increased. And we, that is Synopsys, in 2005, 2006, 2010, acquired few companies, and today Armenia became one of our major locations. So those innovations that I talked about are created in various places, but Armenia has its major role in that. You see that the location in Armenia today has about 740 full-time employees, and it is the largest single location outside the US in terms of population of R&D engineers. We have larger numbers in India, in China, but these are multiple locations. In terms of concentration in one city, Yervant happens to be the largest after the US. This is due to the fact that we can create a lot, we can bring a lot from our engineers to the world. So what we generate is meant to be utilized in the world. So complementing what Aram just said, we have lots of potential to serve the world from Armenia. Once the company discovers the wealth of knowledge, the wealth of innovation, it can do that. This happens to be our location here in Yerevan. If you have not visited it, you may want to do so sometime in the future. We cover multiple topic areas, and we do the innovation behind it. And that requires patents, that requires publications, that requires involvement in conferences and so on, which our workforce is very active in. But also requires employees, for which we need to have education program. So we do have an education program that involves 4 universities at this point. We can increase them, of course, in the future. And the educational content that we create is being utilized in many other universities outside Armenia. So this is the curriculum that we create for chip design software, which is used as courses, as labs in numerous universities around the world, from the US to China to India and elsewhere. Now, in short, we prepare the building blocks. We're working on the most direct technologies in Armenia, so today in the 10 nanometer era, and we're moving forward and helping many customers, many users of our technology. The good news is that many of the users do also visit Armenia, get trained here by our engineers, and go forward with it. This is just to show you that what we're doing, 2 things, is one of it is state-of-the-art stuff. The second, Armenia and the Armenian engineers are playing a key role in making that happen. Thank you.
I would like now to invite Mr. Artavazd Mehrabyan from PicsArt to tell us a little bit about his company and his vision also. Thank you.
I don't have presentation, sorry, but yeah. Hello, I'm Artavazd from PicsArt. I'm one of the co-founders of PicsArt. I want to tell what is PicsArt about first, just to remind. PicsArt is popular mobile photo editor and community social network connecting artists to each other with a mission to connect artists and beautify the world. And we are doing quite good with this mission, and we have like more than 300 million downloads and more than 75 million monthly active users, which is quite huge for mobile social networks and applications. And as Johan has mentioned, we are backed by Sequoia, which is a very important part of being put on map, the same as we saw different examples of being on the map. We are on VC's map now. Armenia is on VC map for consumer products on software and mobile part. We, considering the innovation, reverse innovation, most of our employees started as students or are students in our company. We heavily rely on the students and train them, cultivate the innovation and the way to work and innovate. And now we started also in EIF building, as Aram mentioned, and they might be pushed us also with others into bigger building. Then we go to AUA business center. Then now we are almost occupying all third floor of TUMO, and growth up to the more than 200 people in TUMO center. And also we have location in San Francisco and with a big office, nice office there. So what we did in terms of this reverse innovation question, let's say, that we developed everything in Armenia with small team, with students, with almost no resources, and applied globally. What is not let's say perfect, we didn't develop for local market. We always were developing for global market. But we were based in Armenia, we were a small team, no support, no knowledge, nothing. We just built from the ground. And there were many cases when there was something happening that were shifting our mindset. And just one of the episodes I just remembered, we were new into the mobile, and there were some very complex frameworks, new frameworks, everything was new and unknown. And the author was like very well-known German, very smart guy. And we couldn't solve some problem with this framework. It was not enough for us. And it was like showstopper. And what we did, that just wrote to this guy, and would you work for us? And he said, yes. It sounds very easy now, but it was like very shocking for us. We didn't expect anything, any answer. And almost everyone I knew at that time were working for German companies, in software area at least. And the smartest guy I knew in Germany were working for us at that time. And this shift our mindset in some sense, and we start to use, we did feel that there is no limits, there is no borders for innovation, for using, collaborating, and feeling like equal member in global market. Thank you.
Maybe you can join us here, please. I would like now to invite Mr. Arman Poghosyan and to tell us about Instigate. Thank you.
What is this? Hello, I'm Arman Poghosyan. I'm the CEO of Instigate. Instigate is a group of companies, and actually today I have no presentation. I decided to not speak a lot about our company. Instead, as we are the group and we are the one part of the even bigger group, it is a union of IT enterprises. UIT, called UIT, and together with UIT we are mostly involved in the creation of the so our vision is for the next years is to become top 20 to become in the list of top 20 countries as a technological country. And for that there are several components that we are working on. One is the education, another is the branding of surprising engineering in the world, and the work with government in order to improve the environment. Yeah, that's all, I think. Okay. So there are about 70 companies that are actively involved in these activities. And next, I would like to talk about the innovation in Armenia, how we see the innovation. And first of all, I think the biggest challenge is to understand the problem, because you cannot understand the problem easily. For let's example, for France, the students in France will understand it better and will create some solutions. But in order to create the innovation in Armenia, we need the innovation is to see the challenge, to see the problem, to see the issue, and to understand it, to understand why it is happening so, and to start thinking about taking the responsibility and start thinking about the solution. And the solution will be innovative. And this is the solutions that actually we are doing several, about 10 years with our group and with UIT. And all these solutions which we find out that will create a better country they are all innovative. And one thing is that for the EPIC, Arman, if we so this is the so the main issue is to show students what is Armenia, real Armenia, what is happening in the regions, what is the export-import problem of us, what is the mindset problem, what is the impact of the big countries and monster companies on our country, understand the problems and then solve it, and then we can together export it for Ethiopia, for Zimbabwe, and make innovations there. Okay. So this is all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Arman Atoyan to tell us about Arloopa.
Hello everyone, I'm Arman Atoyan, the founder of XTech and also co-founder and CEO of the Arloopa. Today we are going to talk very short about the innovation that we are creating here. Okay, sorry about that. So Arloopa is a company which is focused on AR and VR. So those are two emerging markets that are right now growing crazily. So you have maybe seen that most of the big companies, about maybe 8 from the 10 biggest IT companies globally in the world right now, working on some AR or VR headsets. And there's coming the question about all this hardware that is happening, and they are starting to create who gonna be first, who will supply the content for all of this. So is there anybody who knows about AR? What is AR? Okay, good. So AR is a technology where you can have some extra camera by scanning any printed material, and you can see additional layers. So we have created our own platform, which is named as our company, Arloopa, which is very similar to the magnifying glass. If you are scanning any material which is enhanced with the content, you can see some extra 3D or video material. So making it short, with Arloopa, dinosaurs can come alive from the book. So other field that we are working very intensively is virtual reality. And during the last Google's conference, which was Google I/O, they were announced the numbers, like how many downloads there are for the cardboard apps in virtual reality. And we are proud to say that we have 1% from these globally downloads, which is created here in Armenia. Another thing that is exciting us about the EPIC that we really want to work, we want to start some lab here to start to work with the students about these technologies, because they are just loving this. It's not something that they have to work, or they are not some boring work, but it's something that exciting them very much. And we are really proud to be part of this, and we really want to start this cooperation. And we already have made some presentations here in AUA, and the students are really interested to work on these technologies. Thank you.
Mr. Salatian, would you please join us around the table? Now I will open the floor to questions from the audience to our panelists. Yes, Lauren?
Yeah, it's coming.
Thank you. First of all, I want to compliment all of you for your tremendous success in building technology in Armenia, and I think it's terrific. I'm not an engineer, but the analogy that I have in my mind is, you know, when you're in an airplane and you're taking off, okay, there's a point, and I think it's called V1, right, where the pilot can't pull back, right? I mean, you're gone, you're off, right? It's successful, you're in flight. So as I'm listening to each one of you, I'm just kind of curious, when you go from this research to development, where is that point of no return that you need that extra push, and what is it that takes the idea to that next level of success? And when you don't have that synergy or that financial backing or whatever it is that causes the company to fail. So where is that turning point, and what is it? Am I making myself understood that between failure with an idea and making that idea successful and bringing the product to market?
I can just start. I'm sure everybody has his opinion. I just make it very short. There is always a point of return, meaning it's always, there is no, as an entrepreneur, you're always paranoid and pessimistic that you can always go back. And to make it to the next level, and then you have to make it to the next level, and you stop at any point, you will slip back. So I think it's an ongoing, once an entrepreneur, you gotta be an entrepreneur forever, and be paranoid and optimistic and pessimistic at the same time. I don't know if you, that's my, just from a mindset point of view.
Probably only point to turn back is when you lose your belief. If you believe, you shouldn't turn back. I mean, that's, and persistent is just the way of success.
And I think when you start working, so you have an idea, you have your mission, and you start the implementation. In this, all of this way, you are getting the energy, and when you give the energy, you get it return. When it is happening that there is not any energy that is coming to you, then it is maybe time to stop, to return it. Maybe. This is, if I understand correctly.
Sure, I can comment on it as well. Yeah, I think the motivation, the energy, the success need is very, very important in all of this. If you look after every success, there is a strong will, strong plan, and strong intent. Often you don't want, of course, to fail. But the fact is that things fail. Out of the startups, our ratio in Silicon Valley, we have 90% failure and 10% success. But in this 10%, you're definitely motivated to go forward. And this 90%, you're not really failing. You're getting the experience to move to the next startup, to the next idea, and so on. So I wouldn't see a startup being failed, but rather I see it a start for the next one, in fact. So we have always to think of the positive and the next move to do.
I would like to add to what Lauren said. Probably the switch between the idea and the prototyping is key in making the steps forward. Would you agree? And I believe that the EPIC Center that provides the environment for people to act on their idea, go and do a quick prototyping, it's already the step into the product and the entrepreneurship. Any other question from the audience?
Thank you so much. As a president of an IT company, I'm very impressed by the success that all of you have. And I would like to know, what is the most important thing that keeps you going on?
Okay. For me, is the teamwork. Yes, you can be the president of the company, you can be a contributor, an engineer in the company. The team behind it is what makes it successful. If you have a team, if you have the motivation of that team, you have the dedication of the team with you, then you become successful. And you drive it and you go forward with it. Your failure comes when your team is weak or not committed and you're not able to motivate them and bring them with you. So for me, the success is the team itself.
My answer is an Armenian-specific answer. What motivates me personally is a dramatic increase of jobs created in engineering. So we really, we have to, Armenia's fundamental problem is the population, which is, decreasing or, is stable, but we have to get to 5 million of people in this country. And for that, you have to create a lot of jobs, and you have to create enough opportunities to bring people back into Armenia, and so on and so forth. So I think me personally, my success would be, for me, is to make sure that we get to 5 million people in 40 years. We actually even have a number, which I think in 40 years we should get to that number. And engineering and IT and everything that, with the whole candy bar and candy store that we have, and now with EPICS, I think we have everything to make this happen.
We have time for another question.
You want to answer?
Thank you very much. Actually, I was thinking whether I should ask this question or not, but because I'm a little bit stubborn, decided to ask. My question is, first of all, thank you very much. I'm really very impressed with the work is being done, and thank you for doing this, especially in Armenia. Okay, this is very important. You create wealth based on the values that we share. My question is, how the engineering business, the business that you are developing, feels in our economy, in the oligarchic, monopolic economy, and whether the environmental is favorable for doing this. Because I personally believe that this is a future that can, take our country from the hole, And so, sorry for the not very comfortable question.
It is a simple question. I've been working with Armenia, I've been working with teams in Armenia for the last 20 years or so. This domain, this innovative domain, this IT domain and so on, carries very valuable people. In these 20 years, I hear from others that there are difficulties, there are challenges, there are difficult people to work with, difficult issues to deal with, and so on. Maybe I was lucky, but during those 20 years, I never had any issues. being in a technology, working with sophisticated people, intelligent people, dealing with the outside market, supplying things worldwide, doing things that are successful globally, make it so simple. We didn't see any issues, and we hope to continue like this.
One more thing. When the oligarchs are our oligarchs, they are Armenians, it's easy. We will defend. We will have our problem will be solved in the next years, and we will solve that. The other thing that the oligarchs are not Armenians, and okay, it's even worse.
Another question? If we are done, I'm going to thank our panel here and invite the second panel to show that innovation is in every field. So now we are switching from IT into many other domains. Thank you to everyone for a very inspiring presentation. So for the next panel, I'm going to ask every person to keep to a 5-minute presentation, please, so that we can travel through very smoothly and have time for questions. I would like to invite Armine Saidi, CEO of WeCaster. Armin, sorry, I said Armine.
Common mistake with my name.
Are there no questions? Okay.
Any questions?
All right. Okay. Yervant. Please
Hi, everyone.
start.
Oh, go ahead.
Please start.
Hi, everyone. My name is Armin Saidi. I'm one of the co-founders and the CEO of WeCaster, and we're the smart wireless platform. And essentially what we do is with our technology, we bring the cloud closer to the end user while we're connecting the world in a very simple and affordable way. The technology that we've created allows us to facilitate the creation of wireless networks as well as content distribution everywhere. And the key thing is we've built it in a way that it doesn't necessarily require an IT team to be able to deploy. And this has been the mission since day one. We want to make it easy for anyone, anywhere, to be able to deploy wireless networks. Now, the problem and the issues that we're resolving is around connectivity and accessibility. In 2016, there's still a lot of issues revolving around that, whether it's in an emerging world or developed markets. The issues are there. So you can think of going outside of Yervant, going to certain villages. People have smartphones, but access to data or data plan, etc., is not necessarily there. It's either temperamental or very expensive. And if you look at more developed markets, let's think of London, there's so many people having so many devices constantly demanding for content that at times even watching a video on YouTube off your mobile may be just a bad experience. So the idea is to be able to improve this connectivity and accessibility issue via our technology. Now, before I go further, just let me explain to you a bit of the history of how WeCaster started and where we are today. Around 2009, there was the Green Revolution that happened in Iran. And during those events, the government of Iran decided to shut down the networks in order to just cut off the voice of the people, not allow them to get together, and just try to tone everything down. So what happened soon after that, obviously, is everyone that had one of these could not communicate with each other or, just exchange information to be able to gather and do the revolution that they were trying to attempt. And this is where my business partners and I decided, and the question was, can we build some sort of technology that would allow people to still use their own devices, whether it's a smartphone, tablet, phone, etc., and try to still communicate with each other in case of network shutdown or whether it's deliberate by government or in the case of a natural disaster, tsunami, earthquake, etc., still allowing people to communicate and exchange information. And we spent a few months thinking on that problem, and about 3 months into it, we actually came up with a solution. And for 2 years, myself and my now co-founders worked on this project, and it was not a company, it was nothing more than 3 geeks having fun, trying to see if we can build technology that could eventually save a life or save anything and help revolutions where it should happen. And we saw similar things happen eventually in Syria, in Egypt. And this is where Ycaster technology came to play. So these are the 3 geeks. Sharat is our hardware engineer. David is our CTO, and that's me acting as a CEO. We've known each other for the past 10 years. I've worked with both of them on various projects. They've worked for me. We've worked on another company together. We have a very good dynamic together. And this is where Ycaster started from. And the vision has always been, how can we change the way that we interact with each other, with digital content and our surroundings, using our smart devices, but not necessarily having to depend on the internet because of various reasons. And along that came the fact that we wanted to make it easy for people to have access to connectivity and connect the world in a very simple and affordable way. So the Ycaster technology is a combination of a hardware and software platform. The hardware is a proprietary little device that we've created. It's a portable web server that has access point and router capability with local storage in it. We have a cloud-based component that allows us to manage the device and network. And what's key to it is the content delivery mechanism that we added on top of it. So what's highlighted in bold on the bottom. Why is that important? If we look at regular access points and routers, so there are probably a few of them here, these machines are dumb devices in the sense that all they do is provide accessibility, wireless. But we've added a layer of allowing to put applications and web services on top of it to be able to provide these applications on a local perspective. So essentially allowing to build, bring today's access points and routers to the realm of smart devices. Because if you look at what's out in the market, they're still at the feature phone level. Now, coming back to what I was mentioning, it's very similar to what Apple and Google have done for the phone, allowing applications to be installed for the consumer part, but we're replicating this for the enterprise more on the router and access point. Now, let me explain to you how this technology has been used by some of our clients, and you'll see that there's various industries that are using this, and it's because of this flexibility. Our clients are able to build their own applications to have their own use cases on top of our platform. So it's been used in retail to provide some sort of frictionless mobile engagement. And by frictionless, it means you don't necessarily need to install an app. You don't need the internet. You can access content directly because it's stored on our devices or on the network itself. We're also using our technology in transport, specifically in aviation. Because of the form factor and what we've developed, it's a small, lightweight, affordable device that can be put on planes, does not need to be fixed on a plane. It could be a portable device that provides access to content, entertainment content, as we've experienced before. This is one of the devices as an example that we have. It's being a partnership with a company in New Zealand that is distributing our device. We also work in emerging markets, and again, it has to do with the fact that access to content or internet at times is either non-existent, temperamental, or very expensive. So we're doing a very interesting project right now in Armenia with Impact Hub in a university in the UK, where we're outfitting villages with Ycaster devices to provide them with access to content that will empower them. So a simple service would be one of the villages, they don't have access to a bus schedule. They don't know if a bus will come at all and when. So we've devised a small system that allows them to have access to this via their smart devices within their village. Smart city initiative as well, so installing this across lampposts to just enable the smart city capabilities of the future cities of this world. Now, in regards to our team, we're located in between Montreal, where we have the hardware division, London, where we have our operations, and Yervant. And the reality is the bulk of the company is in Yervant. We came here about 1.5 years ago. It's been a fantastic experience. We've had a lot of challenges as well, working with a new culture, new language, etc. But it's been the best thing we've ever done. We're a team of 12. We're looking to hire another 12 people in the next 6 months. So if any of you are looking for work or know anyone that is looking, so from developers to business to marketing, we're expanding and everything is being done here. And this is the future for us company-wise. We're always going to have things here, and we're very proud of being able to put a stamp on our product that says Made in Armenia. So just a couple of more slides and we'll be done. Just to a bit of a self-proclamation. We've had some interesting success. We've had a lot of challenges, but Cisco selected us, Cisco being one of the biggest wireless hardware companies in the world, as one of the top 5 startups to watch for within the UK in the realm of the Internet of Things. And more recently, and this is very interesting, we were selected out of 400 companies to participate in a special program that is being done. It's called the Challenge Up Accelerator. It's for the Internet of Things, and it's being organized by Cisco, Intel, and Deutsche Telekom. And we'll be working closely with them in the next 8 months to provide Ycaster technology that is made in Armenia to work exactly or directly with these companies. So in the next year or so, don't be surprised if you hear that our products could be included within Cisco technology and working with networks across Europe or the world with Deutsche Telekom. And again, all made here, and there's something to be very proud about. So the last thing I want to talk about is one interesting innovation that we've done. So far, everything that I've talked about is about Wi-Fi based technology that gives a range of about 50 to 70 meters distance. Through some of our engineers here, we've developed a new system. This is an engineering prototype, but we'll be able to go to 15 to 20 kilometers with a 4G quality, so allowing high bandwidth to be distributed across a very long distance at a very affordable cost. So we're looking at about 400 pounds, so about $500. And the key thing is that similar technology exists, but it's in the $30,000 to $50,000 per unit. And the invention was done here by one of our developers, and we're very excited about this. And this will be the future of the company. And this is really it. We're trying to build a better connected world. We're very excited to be in Armenia. We look forward to growing here and hopefully meeting a lot of you and potentially working with you to build this better connected world. Thank you. Is there questions or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to call for the next week. Maybe
Okay,
if we have time, we can take a couple of questions. I would like to invite Dr. Artur Shukurian from the Yervant State Medical University to tell us about his work.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here and participate in this conference. And thank you very much, Mr. Zorian, for invitation. And of course, congratulations for the anniversary of American University and President. So we haven't any candy, unfortunately, but we have possibility to help the people with hearing disorders. And I want to introduce and show you some of our results. And our topic is justification, indication, and effectiveness evaluation of implant system for different types of hearing loss. So unfortunately, there are over 400,000 patients with cochlear implants in the world. You can see the percent in some countries and continents, and we think that in 2020 we have more than 600,000 people with cochlear implants, unfortunately. According to World Health Organization, at that time the number of patients with deafness will more than 30%. Up to 70% of all violation of the hearing disorders due to the sensorineural hearing loss. From 1,000 neonatal newborn, one child is born with total deafness. Most common pathologies at the birth are violation of the hearing. And the late recognition of hearing disorders identification might to delay the development of speech, language, cognitive function of the child. So in our work, we think, and it's a real, very special and important point, that we must work with team approach. It means that we must have the physiologists, teachers, surgeon, pediatrician, surdologists, logopeds, caregivers, and audiologists. And of course, the main thing is to have a very special and very important equipment, like this software that help us to fitting before the operation, intraoperative time, and after operation. We can use that all maps, levels for the sound, and configuration for the pupils. How does the cochlear implant work? So the sound waves enter through the microphone, and then the sound processor converts the sounds into the distinctive digital code, and the electrically coded signal is transmitted across the skin through the headpiece of implant. And after that, the sound goes to the electrodes, and the electrodes stimulate the hearing nerve, and then finally they go to the brain. Now we use very small incision during the operation. We need it because it's very necessary to have very small wound. During the operation, we use now very special new system cochlear fitting software. It helps us to have auto neural response telemetry, impedance measurement, and in the same time we can use the sound processor. It's very necessary and helpful because it's wireless and very simple and easy operating by surgical staff. In the same time, it minimizes computer equipment required in the operating theater. So you can now see the differences between the hearing aids and cochlear implant. It's very important that hearing aid acoustically amplifies sound, but the cochlear implant help us to bypass the inner ear sensory cells and stimulate the hearing nerve directly. So cochlear implants are an effective treatment for severe to profound sensorineural hearing loss, and a multidisciplinary approach is necessary when determining cochlear implant candidacy in children and adults. Postoperative management with the cochlear implant consists of programming of the sound processor and important rehabilitation, and parent commitment and school support are necessary components to ensure a patient's success with a cochlear implant. Very shortly, that's all. Thank you very much.
I would like now to invite Ms. Hasmik Salatian, Academic Director of the Armenian Virtual College.
Thank you for this opportunity to present education innovation projects of Armenian General Benevolent Union. Technology has really transformed the way we've come to view education today. With the spread of ICT, a new learning culture has emerged, which is predominantly dependent on technology for acquisition of information and knowledge. And this new type of learner, whom we refer to as digital natives or technology addicts, no longer just care about what they learn. Equally importantly for them is how they learn it. And this learning has to be done through technology. This has put educational institutions, colleges, universities, schools, a variety of programs, educational programs, under pressure to introduce ICT in the classroom and to speak to this new type of learners in their own language, and that is the language of technology. So where does Armenian studies stand in this picture of new type of learning and new type of learning culture? AGBU, with its commitment of a century-long commitment to education, Armenian education worldwide, has come up with a number of innovative projects. And I will speak about the Armenian Virtual College first. The Armenian Virtual College was founded in 2009 with the purpose of making Armenian education accessible to Armenians everywhere and to everyone, because not everyone is privileged enough to attend Armenian schools. And again, equally importantly, ABC was created with the idea of making e-learning possible also in the field of the Armenian studies. The college was founded in 2009 and it provides online courses in Armenian language, Western and Eastern dialects, history, culture, and more recently chess has been added due to the popularity of the sport among Armenians. The college operates in 7 languages and offers courses on multiple levels. So far, we have had over 18,000 learners from 80 countries around the globe, and we have collaborated with 25 schools and communities worldwide within the hybrid program, education program, otherwise known as blended learning program. Recent project that ABC has launched is the multimedia ebook series, which again was created with the idea of filling the gap for e-publications in Armenian studies. The ebooks are covering a variety of topics in Armenian history, culture, and contemporary art affairs, and they're again available in the 7 languages that the college operates on. The ebooks are available on multiple platforms and are available for download for free. Some more about AGBU's initiatives. There are a number of apps that have been created, especially with your children in mind, with Armenian children in mind. GAS on the Go is an app that allows children to learn Armenian around 100 words in the fun way, in the most fun way that you can imagine, and that new technologies allow. Armenia is a beautifully illustrated travel guide for, again, children that covers Yerevan and beyond Yerevan, the surroundings. Another app developed recently is the On Holidays. You can now learn about over 30 Armenian holidays, their origin and significance through the app. And Web Talks is again part of the full package of innovative education, which brings dynamic thinkers to you to share their experience in Armenian arts, culture, history, and many other areas. So with the time constraints, I have to limit myself to this, and I can only say that there's more coming, so please stay tuned.
Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Mr. David Kocharov, representing Synergy.
Good afternoon. I'm David Kocharov, the Director of Business Development with Synergy International Systems. Today I'm going to speak about the evolution of Synergy in Armenia. How does it scroll? Okay, sorry. So we are in business for about 20 years. We were based in Washington, D.C. in 1997. Opened the Armenian office in 1999, and then in 2012 we have also opened a branch in Artsakh. As traditionally IT companies start in Armenia, we also were focused on outsourcing, mainly the development, the testing, implementation, the technical side of things to Armenian office. But throughout the years of operation, we came to understand that Armenian workforce is capable of doing much more, rather than just developing and providing software code to, in this case, to US, or in other cases to other countries in the world. So we trained, we put a lot of effort to growing the workforce in other disciplines beyond the development. Those being business development specialists, which is probably the latest development with Armenian office, systems analysts, project managers, bringing it to the point when Synergy's Armenian office is capable of taking care of the full cycle of the IT project implementations. So these are some of the disciplines that we started with, and then we went beyond simply product development to business consulting, providing expertise, subject matter knowledge, advisory to our clients, and we work in over 60 countries around the world, so our map is quite large. Marketing and sales, we do also business development. We participate in the tenders. We submit proposals and win projects from Armenian office. We do contracting with the Armenian office to countries like Germany and beyond. And then we take care of the specifications formulation, systems analysis, project management, training, as well as post-implementation support from the Armenian office by itself. This is what we do. These are the products or the domains where we work. We mainly provide web-based solutions for monitoring and evaluation, for the project portfolio management, for judicial sector, those being automation of the courts, social protection, information management systems, the core of our technology being the analytical engine, which allows users to create different types of dashboards, charts, maps, and be able to retrieve executive level information from the system. So these are some of the young and talented people who made this transition of Synergy Armenia as an outsourcing unit to Synergy Armenia being a full-scale IT company happen. And they supply needs of those countries which are highlighted in blue on the map. Our operations go beyond our region or continent, so we are technically on all continents. We work for countries where probably many of us have not been to even, or don't know what the capital of those small countries in Pacific, in Africa are. But through our work, those countries have probably for the first time heard of Armenia. Okay, these people came, who are you, where are you from? This is the first question they ask. And we proudly say we are Armenians. So why we think this is a significant achievement and why we decided to share this with you today is because our case, we are happy that our case promotes the idea of, first of all, it promotes the growth of IT sector, but also it allows many worldwide customers to benefit from the made in Armenia IT solutions, rather than just giving code to a small team sitting in Armenia and then selling the brand which is like made in, I don't know, some other countries. It diversifies the workforce skill set, so we create new jobs in the disciplines which are marketing, business development, business analysis. And this is even more important because we think and we have come to understand that Armenia can become an IT consulting hub or a knowledge exporter hub for the region, because we speak English, we speak Russian, we speak Arabic, we speak Farsi, I mean Armenians in general, and many of us probably speak more than 2 languages. Then we promote also regional development of Armenia. We recently, being inspired by the success of Artsakh, we decided to open a branch in Gyumri. So 5 employees have been already selected and will be hired or are already hired. I don't know, maybe our HR manager sitting there can correct me. Then we also lend job opportunities to people who want to move to Yerevan and work from here. So you can see from the slide that almost half of those hired throughout our past 4 years have been from the regions. So we not only focus on Yerevan, because we know that talents are in the regions as well. And then it encourages IT as a sector or as a as a knowledge through among youth. So we also conduct IT summer school. This year we got twice as many applications as in 2015, and in April 2016 we also conducted a student week where students from all universities were given a chance to listen to the tech talks of our various specialists. In September, we are organizing a program with FISMAT School where 10 pupils will be given a Java training in our offices. And then my favorite slide. Our work also contributes to repatriation to Armenia. We have been able to provide jobs to Syrian Armenians, Lebanese Armenians, US Armenians who have decided to move and live in Armenia, to not only repats but also expats. We have Syrian Arabs who live in Armenia and work for us, and I myself also repat. Where we think this could go further is Armenia could start thinking of strengthening the cloud-based services. Because often we give our data, our credentials to those cloud-based providers. We don't know where they are, but Armenia has that capacity, and we just need to build brand and build trust, so people could trust their data to Armenian-based clouds. And we have been hosting 23 client systems in Synergy's data center in Yervant. Then we also bring clients to Synergy's Global Learning Center, which is in Armenia, obviously. About 100 people in 2015 alone from different countries visited Armenia, received trainings, carried out consultations with our specialists. And when people come, like usually tourists come to Armenia, they say, we didn't know such a beautiful country existed. So we also are proud to promote, to put Armenia on the global map in that sense as well. And finally, in closing, we hope and we believe that this type of and similar activities would further strengthen the development of IT brand or Made in Armenia brand, or just putting Armenia to the global map. And I'm pretty sure that EPIC will also contribute to this a lot. So Arman, my congratulations for the opening of EPIC. Thank you for your time, and this is it from me.
I would like now to invite Mr. Sarkisyan from Yervant State University. And I want to remind our speakers to please try to keep to 5 minutes because we're running just a little bit late.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarkisyan, master student at Yervant State University and researcher at Institute of Radiophysics and Electronics. And today I'm going to speak about monitoring and control of RF system plasma in modern technological process. As said Mr. Salatian, the innovations start from research. The Institute of Radiophysics and Microelectronics, the institution which start from researching and develop the prototyping. And the example of innovation is the plasma low temperature plasma assisted material processing technique that can develop. The low temperature plasma assisted processing of materials has a huge number of applications in technological process, such as manufacturing of silicon ICs, LCD panels, MEMS, etc., and going to replace the traditional chemical techniques more and more to its reduction of low environment pollution rate, high efficiency, high productivity, and high resolution. When we take into account that plasma is a complex non-linear system, the research emphasis was put on the development of reliable and efficient methods to monitoring and control of the plasma with reliable low cost. First of all, we consider on radio frequency impedance matching because the matching of generator RF signal and plasma is the most efficient thing in this work. And here we design the sensor which be able to work in two modes. First is the single frequency measurement mode, where sensor working on measure the single carrier impedance, and second is the multiple frequency measurements that using which we can estimate the non-linearity level of plasma. Second is because the plasma impedance changing during the process of manufacturing device manufacturing, we should adaptively match the impedance, radio frequency impedance. There's two ways for match this impedance. There's an analog where used analog capacitors and with discrete components matching circuit. We use with discrete components because this matching circuit be able to quickly, very fast response. And we are using innovative technique, frequency adjustment technique to match our devices that allow us to compare our matcher with analog matcher with the speed of digital matcher. The second problem is the magnetic field uniformity and chamber. We should know about uniformity of chamber, that uniformity allow us to increase process speed, gain density of plasma, and maximize throughput of RF processing. We divide this our chamber into regions, and in this picture you see that in regions the magnetic fields are the same. That means that the processing speed in these fields are the same. And today we are looking for manufacturing mass production our intellectual property. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to call our last presenter, Professor Levon Mehrabyan from Ultra-Fast Optic Labs.
Thank you for your kind introduction. I My talk is about femtosecond optical oscilloscope. More of you maybe know femtosecond. This is a signal million times shorter than electrical signal, which is nanosecond. So passing to femtosecond signal, we can have million times more information. So it's oscilloscope, but it can be also decoder of ultra-fast signals. So, okay, our studies were carried out in premise of NATO Science for Peace program, in which we have a pointer. Okay. What now?
This one.
This pointer, no? Oh, check. Okay. Okay. You see, there are groups from NATO countries and groups from NATO partner countries, and my honor is represent the NATO partner countries. This is the Armenian party of this project from AUA and Yervant State University. I should mention that main part of this. Okay. Okay. Main part of participants are young people, students, BS or PhD students. And for motivation of motivating our studies, I should talk about ultra-fast photonics. What is photonics? This is electronics with light. I tell that potential of photonics is million times more than potential of electronics which we use now. So passing to photonics, we can have more fast, not fast, but big value information, million times, of 6 order of magnitude. But to do that, we should solve 4 important problems, which is problems of electronics and passing to photonics. We have the same problems: signal generation, signal coding, manipulation, signal delivery, and signal characterization, which means decoding. So our problem is that last one, signal characterization with apricot or orange color. I mentioned our impact on these problems. Okay, fine. Our studies are based on the concept of time length, and we use also the so-called similaritones. That means the pulses which during their propagation keep their shape. For solitons, we have they keep any parameters, not only shape, but similaritones keep only the shape. But most important feature of similaritones, they parabolic phase. Passing to the concept of time length, we know that usual length is focusing the light or collimating it, but more general feature of length is Fourier transformation. It's make from the space to angular spectrum conversion. If we made time length, that instead of a space coordinate, we should have time, and instead of a k vector, we can have spectrum. So we can, making time-length, we can convert information from time domain to the spectral domain, and afterwards we can read it simply by spectrometer. This is the principle of our work, and simulaton we use during this to have parabolic phase modulation. All of us now, for good imaging, focusing, and other things, we should have parabolic mirrors or parabolic antennas to avoid aberrations. This is, this is prototype of our oscilloscope in result of our studies, and we can see that in the usual spectrometer we can have pulse, image of pulse, and here some results for several shapes of pulses. And
Professor Mehrabyan, I'm told we're going over time. Is there a chance we can continue this during the coffee break? Yes?
It's my last slide.
I apologize.
Okay. This is my last chance slide. Okay, this is RR-shaped pulse measured and in comparison with other methods, we hardly see difference between three curves, which blue is a theoretical curve, and this is black is measured by our oscilloscope, and red is spectral interferometry curve. So, conclusion is short, and you know it. Just I should mention that the resolution of our oscilloscope is 5 femtosecond, and finally we prepare this prototype for Kendall Institute for Research. Thank you for your kind attention.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you to all presenters. Arman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Jacqueline, so much for moderating the panel and leading the discussion. We'll have a 10, maximum 15-minute break, a coffee break. Coffee set outside, so all of us can enjoy it. And then we'll be back here for another. It'll be a panel discussion on entrepreneurship in Armenia, and we'll have great panelists to discuss entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Հիմա ուզում եք ես ուզում եի պետքա որ սլայդերը արտասակել եմ, բայց վիդեոն պետքա play անեմ, ու այդ վիդեո ֆայլը իմ մոտ ֆլեշկայի վրա։
Լավ, ուրեմն եկեք կա։ Հիմա անենք։ Դուք Աննա
Արմենան Քթարյան։ Հա։ Եկեք ասեք ինչի էր պրոբլեմ, ինչ նորմալ փոխում է սլայդերը։ Հա։
Բանը սրա հետ ինչ որ pointer-ի հետ էր խնդիրը։
Սլայդերը փոխելու պատիվ չէ։
Հա, չէ։ Pointer-ը չէր աշխատում։
դեսքթոփի վրա, հա, կամ չգիտեմ ինչ որ մի այստեղ որ ես հեշտ գտնեմ։
Դուք կմիացնեք, թե ես
Ես պետք է
կմիացնեմ։
պրեզենտացիա, հա, չենք գցում կոմպի մեջ միանգամից։
Գցում ենք։
Հա։
Սա։
Այն։
Դա ուրեմն հենց այստեղ կգցեմ։ Կուզեք մի հատ տեսնենք աշխատում։
Հա, դե
Սա է, թե սա։
Մի հատ ձայնել եմ ուզում ստուգեի ոնց է լսվում, որտեղ նորմալ խոսում էլի ընթացքում, եթե դինամիկներ կան, միացնենք, եթե չէ, ոչ։
Introduce.
Okay, շատ լավ։
Դա ուրեմն այստեղ։
Հա, այստեղ մնաց ինքը դեսքթոփին, իսկ պրեզենտացիան արդեն դուք
Ես կմիացնեմ։ Ահա։ Այս իջեկտը չի լինում։
Չի լինում։ Հա, ֆլեշկայի վրայից է ինքը անում։ Հա, ոչինչ։ Իսկ ստեղից հա չեմ կարող play անեմ փաստորեն իրան։
Այստեղից։
Հա։ Լինում։
Կարող ենք, գիտեք ինչ անենք, բացենք։
Introducing։ Ուրեմն աշխում մնալ։ Ում ինքնավից play լինում է, չէ՞ բան։
Մենք արդեն քաշել ենք, կարող ենք
անել։ Հա, ինչու՞ է պրոբլեմ։
Չէ,
ստացած ինչ-որ բան չի կարող։
Eject է ասում
չի
չի
լինում
լինում։
դրա մոտ։ Հա, okay, so merci։
Rate the other groups too who are
No,
coming
no,
up?
no, just this.
Then it's good. Then you're finished.
What I wanted to tell you is that this summer when our students come, I want to, every summer we make them work, as you know, in the field when they come from all over. So that's the promise, that against the scholarship, they spend all of their summers working in Armenia. So this summer we are focusing on smart technology augmented villages and looking at the village as a system. So we can look at micro and macro. So in this particular village, instead of spreading my team 10 people in 10 different communities, we're going to have 3 communities, and one of them is a village, to look at the village as, let's say, the perfect environment to live and grow and be productive. Think
And
of
to have a cycle
food.
somehow and to have
Exactly,
it connected.
to have like
Understand.
everything digitally augmented. So becoming digital, what does it mean for a village? So we're bringing telemedicine, we're bringing coding for children so they learn how to program from age 7 on.
That's great.
We're
I love
bringing,
the idea of the girl who was presenting here about education, digital education, because we can apply it easily with our devices.
So there's also the environment around the village with, for example, hiking, where you could also on QR codes have lots of stories, because, for example, Pushkin lived in that village and took hikes, and who knows, maybe once during this perfect spot you can hear Pushkin.
Are you working also
poetry.
together with the guys from the Smithsonian, because they're identifying clusters and they could profit from the outcome what you're finding out with your students?
I haven't been in touch with them, but I was thinking of your Ycaster, because in the village they do have internet, but mostly for the school. But the rest, for example, there's also, we want to introduce cashless society, where they can do payment from phone to phone. So I was wondering if you wanted to, maybe with your product, because what we're doing is we're making everybody in the village digitally savvy, so they can also imagine ways that it can develop. So would you like to participate
Yes,
in
of course, we are interested in
pilot?
everything. Yes, of course we are interested. We have just to talk to Aram, because he's going now, he's leaving now on Sunday to the US, but I'm going to be here, so we can do it to make it happen. And do you have a card? I have from Poghosyan, I have the Facebook contact, but it's about, with business cards, it's always, you're having
Yeah, it's nice.
thousands and then...
Voila.
Thank you.
So I would like to talk to you, because I think that it's one thing to have the technology, it's another to understand how to use it in your everyday life. And what I would like to do in that village is show people the most regular people, from the farmer to the teacher to the kid, the grandpa, to make that technology their own, appropriate it, so that we
have a pilot village that can inspire all the rest. And all these villages have amazing stories, and also maybe they can find ways of working with each other.
They can do it. It's just about to make it like a question and to ask them afterwards what they need the surplus, what was hard in the organization and how to handle it. I mean the devices and so on. And we are having already experience with doing these pilots in the villages Armin was talking about beforehand. But to adjust it to their needs actually and to empower them to make their own programming, because it's not this hard actually with Zorian. It's open source and it's really easy to handle.
Yeah, I know about it. So let's say, right now we have the problem where people visit the village, people go in their pocket and they spend it, they want to buy something else and
The connect 405
Profit us.
Жанна, Աննա, Սրաձայնա,
Կարակ մի լավ չէ հերթականությունը, այսինքն այս կանոնը չի նույնն չէ։
Ահա, ես ում հասկանում եմ ոնց անի full screen.
What's possible to make it sure with our CTO was David, but we can
Any full screen she was.
Okay, PDF.
Let's do it the following. We are going to the points we just discussed.
Ուրեմն
We are going through it and we can meet next week. Thank you.
Հիմա կլինի մի հատ panel-ների շարք, entrepreneurship-ի հետ կապված, հետո արդեն company presentation-ներ ու դուք առաջինը կլինեք։
Merci.
Խնդրեմ։ Հա։
Так, սա լինելու է panel 3։ Երրորդ panel-ի համար։ Так։ Ոնց է բացում համակարգը։
Մի հատ է։
Չկա, բայց կա presentation 2։ Գևորգ Սաֆարյան։ Մխիթարյանը Copy and Replace Armina Մխիթարյան Գևորգ Սաֆարյան Իրան կար, բայց փոփոխած է հիմա մի քիչ ուղարկի
Նա ջնջացիք, աննեսի նախքան
Գևորգ Սաֆարյան Poghosyan Так, Գևորգ Augmentar Artur ոնց է ինքը Խոջաբաղյան Խոջաբաղյան երևի ճիշտ եմ գրել սենց կարի արտականություն անայինք ուրեմն Աննան կա Ժաննա Բարսեղյանը սա վիդեո է
Դա վիդեո է, բայց դա բանինն է, ինքն է
Okay, welcome back. Please take your seats. We're going to start with our third session. Again, a very exciting panel. The last one was on innovation in Armenia, and this is on entrepreneurship in Armenia. Of course, it's very hard to split them from each other. Rafik Asadjan, the CEO of Monotus, will be running this. Rafi, you have a distinguished set of panelists. I leave it up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yervant. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. It's great to be part of the AUA community, and in particular to be talking about such an exciting topic. And I'm very excited to have folks who I've worked with for several years, and I think it's a perfect composition to talk about this topic today. To my immediate right is Bagrat Yengibarian. He's the director of the Enterprise Incubation Foundation. I'll let each of them talk about their organizations a little bit more, but Bagrat and his organization have been involved in startups and incubation for many, many years. So he's got a lot of experience, and in particular, what we'll be talking about today is what's changed, in particular, over the last few years as far as the entrepreneurial culture and entrepreneurial environment in Armenia. Next to Bagrat is Yervant Sarkisyan, one of the partners of Granadas Ventures, the first and only venture capital firm focused on Armenian technologists in Armenia and around the world. So again, Yervant and his partners over the last few years have been able to see what's changed in Armenia as it relates to entrepreneurship, and I'm very much looking forward to learning more from his perspective. And finally, Garen Vardanyan, who's the executive director of the Union of IT Enterprises. Again, another long, experienced person, not just following, but really leading the IT industry here in Armenia. And UIT counts among its members both very well-established companies as well as startups. So I will now let each of them say a little bit about their respective organizations, 3 or 4 minutes, but we'll move to a more interactive session as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here, and I think it's a very interesting panel. And as for about EIF, EIF was established in 2001. This is one of the first organizations in Armenia who is dealing with IT development. So in our board, we have government and the private sector, so we're trying to develop a new model how we can support sector development. During the last few years, we're already involved in different projects in engineering, in precision engineering, in clean tech. So we're trying also to develop the model in other sectors because it was really successful in IT. As for the IT, we are in following main areas. So we are very actively involved in skill development activities. So in average, in different centers of EIF, there are more than 2,000 students and professionals has been trained for IT sector of Armenia. We have activities related to the startup development and acceleration. All the large projects that you know about in Armenia, EIF is directly or indirectly involved. Some of the successful ones, there was an IBM Innovation Center, Microsoft Innovation Center Accelerator, Armenian Indian Center of Excellence in High Performance Computing, Armenian National Engineering Lab, and many others. We are also very actively involved in first venture capital fund, when Yervant is representing, and also the first in Armenia matching grants. That now there are 35 Armenian startups that received $50,000 each for their prototyping and the product development. We are very actively involved also in regional development activities. So you heard about the Gyumri Technology Center, another technology center, Kaban Mobile Lab, Artsakh IT Center. These are EIF projects that we are trying to decentralize, that we are trying to show that it's not important to be in Yerevan, based in Yerevan, so you can be based in Gyumri, Vanats, or in Kapan, and to be very successful in an IT company. And Gyumri is a great example of that. The building was opened a year ago. It's full. There is no space. There are many, many local and foreign companies that are starting their operation in Gyumri Technology Center. And Vanador Technology Center will be operational, I think, in 1 month period. We are also working with the government in different, lobbying a different interests of the sector, and IT startup law and many other activities, and also with educational establishments. And we are very happy today to be at AUA because AUA is one of the great partners. And also we are thinking in the future, we are starting an activities, we are starting the first engineering labs in Armenia, in Gyumri and Vanadzor. It will be unique equipment available in the country, free of charge for all the researchers, scientists for their prototyping. I think will be a huge step in precision engineering in a clean tech sector development in the future. This is shortly what we are doing, and one of the upcoming events on June 10 will be Armenian IT Forum in Silicon Valley, and I know there are some faces that are keynote speakers. It will be a great event. This is twice a year we are doing in Silicon Valley with our partners, with the government support and the private sector support. And I think this was another one of the instruments that we are using to promote Armenia outside, in particular in the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Bagrat. Yervant, please.
Yeah, hello. Thanks for the opportunity to talk here. It's a great event, and congratulations on opening the Innovation Center. It's a good start. Yeah, long overdue. So I'd like to tell just briefly about Granatos. We've launched the fund in 3 years ago. EIF, as Bagrat mentioned, has been key to helping to launch and get funding for the fund. We have private investors who invested $3 million, and the government of Armenia has matched that with $3 million commitment. In the last 3 years, we moved from establishing the fund. There were prior attempts to establish funds in Armenia were not successful. So from our side, it was leap of faith and was really driving to get the investors believe in the fund and make this happen. So it was a big effort. In the three years, we've made 8 investments in great companies. 4 of them are out of Armenia. They started here. They have all their employees here. They just start looking at hiring elsewhere. And the other 4 companies are from outside. 2 from UK and 2 from States. And that was the inbound strategy that we employed in order to bring more companies to Armenia, to connect them, and our role is the facilitator with connecting the entrepreneurs, the potential great startups with Armenian stories. So that's brief introduction. We're 3 partners based out of Singapore, Yerevan, and London.
Great. Thank you very much, Yervant. Garen, please, UIT.
About this, ուրախ եմ, որ այստեղ եմ եւ հետաքրված աուդիտորիա կա եւ քանի որ բանի անեկդոտը գիտեք, չէ, որ Կարմիր հրապարակում սովետի ժամանակ մեկը թռուցիկները գցում գազ բռնում են, մեկը տեսնում են թռուցիկի վրա բան չկա գրած, դատարկ թղթել են, ասում են արես ինչ ես անում, ասում եմ ամեն ինչ պարզ է, էլի։ Հիմա ինձ թվում է շատ բաներ նաև այս թոպիկի մեջ պարզ է, այնց որ նոր տեսական կամ ինչ որ խորանալու, հա, ասենց ասեմ, բաներ շատ չունեմ ասելու, դրա համար կուզենայի շատ պրակտիկ լինեի այսօր ու հարցս եմ տալիս աուդիտորիային, կա արդյոք մարդ, որը գոնե մի 3-ից 5 տարվա փորձառություն ունի IT-ի եւ պատրաստ է 3 տարի հետո ունենալ 150 հոգանոց կամպանիա, 150 յետական ստաֆով, ոչ չի, հա, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, ոչ մի 15, հա, հիմա առաջարկություն եմ անում, մի անգամից անցնեմ ձեռներության առաջարկի, ուրեմն նայեք, մենք օրինակի վրա եմ բերում Տաուշի շրջանի 3 րոպեում ավարտում եմ, Տաուշի շրջանում ունենք ուրեմն 10 հատ խմբակ ինժեներական, ամեն տարի այդ խմբակներից այս տարի կավարտի 60 հոգի, եկող տարի նոր խմբակներից կավարտի 100 հոգի, մյուս տարի ավելի շատ եւ այլ եւ այլ։ Ուրեմն եթե կա մի հոգի մարդ, որը գնա այնտեղ եւ ամեն օր այդ խմբակներում պատտվելով այդ երեխեքին, իրանք ծրագրավորում են, իրանք գիտեն եռաչափ մոդելավորում, իրանք գիտեն robotics, իրանք գիտեն 3D printer, CNC մեքենա, եւ այդ մարդը ամեն օր պատտվելով այդ բոլոր խմբակներում նախ ճանաչելով այդ երեխեքին իրենց բարձրացնելով, ուրեմն այս տարի կունենա 60 շրջանավարտ, որոնցից 20-ը կարան ուղիղ աշխատեն ծրագրավորող, եկող տարի դա կավելանա եւս 40-50-ով, երրորդ տարին ինքը կունենա 150 հոգանոց կամպանիա։ Սա ուղիղ առաջարկություն է, սա նաեւ ոնց որ մեսիջը ինչ անենք։ Ինչ անելը դա մարդ ստեղծելն է, այսինքն ինչքան մենք մարդ ստեղծենք, այդքան կունենանք ձեռնարկություն Artavazd սերվիսի մեջ, իսկ հետագայում, երբ որ սերվիսի ձեռնարկության աշխատողը սովորում է կլիենտը շփվել, շուկան է տեսնում եւ այլն, այսինքն ձեռներության մեջ ամենակարևորը շուկայի տեսնելն է, այսինքն մենք մարդուն հնարավորություն տիտան գոնե 3-4 տարի ինքը շուկային հետևի, որից հետո ինքը շուկայում առաջարկություններ անի։ Կարծում եմ ես շատ պրակտիկ առաջարկություն եմ անում եւ պատրաստ եմ այդ մարդուն նաեւ վարձատրել։ Եվ մենք շրջաններում ու տենց կառաջարկեմ 10 մարս։ Շնորհակալություն։
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. If we think about the waves of IT in Armenia after independence, so I'm not going to go sort of way back in history, but if we think about the 3 waves of IT in Armenia, the first wave was the initial startups that started after the breakup of the Soviet Union, particularly in electronic design automation, Ponte, Monterey, and a number of other of the early companies. That was sort of the first wave. The second wave was these companies being acquired by well-known international companies such as Synopsys, Mentor Graphics, Virage Logic, and others. And that kind of created, we moved from the true kind of wild east to a more well-developed IT industry in Armenia. And the third wave, which probably started, Bhagat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in the mid-2000s, where we had people like Lime Tech and a number of these other companies that entered the Armenian market using these newer technologies. My question to you is, with the advent of social networks and mobile technology and connectivity, are we at the beginning of a fourth wave of innovation and entrepreneurship in Armenia? I mean, we see people like, obviously the most successful, I know Artavazd was here earlier, PicsArt. We have seen companies that started locally and are now expanding internationally, like Gigi Taxi and Menu AM. But has there been, I mean, do we see a difference between the third wave that started in the mid to late, beginning of the first, mid to late first decade, and what's happened over the last 3 or 4 years? And if so, what are the changes and what impact do we think will it have?
Yeah, I think we should not forget that, first of all, we are Armenians and we are in Armenia. And I think one of the important things that we are speaking about a topic which is in our DNA, it's in our blood. Armenians were entrepreneurs many, many years ago, centuries ago. Armenians, I think, will be entrepreneurs in the future. I think the difference is that how successfully we are organizing our blood circulation. I think how successfully, what environment we are creating that these people will become successful and will be able to take out the spirit from their body. I think after the independence, we did a mistake. I think we decided to train entrepreneurs. It's good. There's something that you should be trained or you could be trained, which is more management. But I think during the last 7 to 10 years, very interesting, and the project and initiatives, and I will call it trust, were created in the country. That is people who are calling entrepreneurs. They decided to use this instrument, these opportunities, and to come up with their ideas and startups. And I agree with Rafi, we can divide in different stages. The success of this last stage and I will speak later on the next stage, that we created a trust in the country that this is possible to do in Armenia. Before, when they are speaking about an IT, about the technology, if we go back 2001 and 2002, oh, no way, okay, maximum, okay, you had 70,000 people, Mehrabyan Institute, it was nice, but you were just sitting there, you were doing an outsourcing, you cannot have your product, your solutions. It took many, many years to show the people that all Mehrabyan, nobody was doing an outsourcing, there were all R&D facilities. And we did a recently survey. In most of our outsourcing companies, there is a full product development or integration. There are very few, only small companies are doing the typical Indian type of an outsourcing. And also it was very helpful for us, the success stories. Okay, there are many startups here, very successes. We know in a global map, when the top 10 IT startup in a Silicon Valley is Armenian or top 50 is Armenian. So this is giving trust, not only to us, to entrepreneurs, but also to the government, to the educational establishment. Because this message we should give them, or we should inject in the blood of these people. It doesn't matter entrepreneurship is in his blood or not, from the school level, from the school seat. And if you are telling them, no, okay, you are going to the management, you are become an economist, or you should become a lawyer, this is a future, this is an opportunity. We are not killing entrepreneurship, but we are just putting aside this opportunity. The question that moderator is raising, it's related to these new opportunities. This all social networks, this mobile, gave us a chance that it doesn't matter where you are located, you have a global opportunity. And why we see this recent, very successful startup that in particular are in these fields. Because having this entrepreneurship inside of the blood, showing the opportunity and also having the success stories, it was a very interesting combination, and this was the main reason that only last year there are only 70 startups in IT sector only were created in the country. It means that entrepreneurship is here. Now we should think how we are using all these global, local opportunities, how we are using our education system, how we are using our schools to push these people, to help these people, to create a sufficient environment for them to be successful. But only just pushing them and only helping them, it's not enough. I think we should have, as many even developed countries are doing, institutional instruments, a mechanism, who are also a little bit mentoring, coaching, and assisting them. Why not financially? Because if you look entrepreneur in the US or in France or in other many developed countries, and we see entrepreneur here, they have access to the financing, they have a very interesting environment where they're surrounded by top educational establishments, they have this government support. I think there are some parts we need to bring to this country. Again, I wanted to repeat the example of Gyumri, because if I will tell that in EIF building there are top 20 companies are sitting, it's obvious. It's Yervant, there are top companies are there are limited space. But if you're going to Gyumri 3 years ago, when the World Bank regional director visited with Minister of Economy in Gyumri, he said, "Nurses, this is a dead place. What the hell you are going to create here a technology center?" It took us 2 bottles of vodka, we were drunk, he made his decision, financing were gone. Nurses said, "Bagrat, you know what we did? Now we need to succeed." And it's not only Bagrat, I think this is a whole IT community, it's a whole people who are sitting here, entrepreneurs, the Gyumri people, our government people, the unions or startups. Together we managed to show, and especially the people who are doing different projects in Gyumri, because it's very useful, to show that if you are showing them, and you're creating a sufficient, not sufficient, you're creating a proper environment, so they not to deal with minor technical issues. If you are giving a little bit hint, a very small amount of the money, suddenly they're entrepreneur. Let's call it entrepreneurship, whatever. They're starting, it's like a flower. And we have today not only foreign companies, but also many local companies there. They're coming with their teams, they have their ideas, they know what they're doing, and they are so persistent. So they are getting not only local but also international market. So my conclusion will be let's use these opportunities and create this environment for success of these people.
Thank you, Bagrat. Very good. I love the Gyumri example. Yervant, you launched the fund, I think, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Maybe you could talk a little bit about the difference in the kinds of business plans you're seeing and the level of, maturity, creativity, drive among the entrepreneurs that you're dealing with almost on a daily basis.
So, in the last few years, what has changed? I think one thing Bagrat mentioned is trust in the country. So there is companies that come to establish their startups here. The diaspora Armenians start more and more establishing their R&D centers here. So there is bigger trust, and also the quantity of people involved in this process also leads to quality. So I think the important factor is the change in the number and the importance of the sector and the entrepreneurship for people in Armenia. What we see changing is more mature plans, more mature assessment of where the market is, because people started realizing that solving small issues doesn't really create a company. They need to solve really large problem, and there is more and more plans and startups that we see addressing that. There is also the understanding of how financing works. Initially, when we started, it was all about just funding. There was no understanding what venture capital is, how the financing is done, what is terms, what is valuation. It's still an issue. It's still a big issue, but there is big move forward in that area. So we see more mature companies, people understanding where they need to go, what they should build, and how to finance that.
Okay, thank you. Karen, you have a very broad view of the industry, both, again, established companies and startups. What's missing? What do we need to do differently to accelerate the level of entrepreneurship in the country?
Շնորհակալություն հարցի համար։ Կարծում եմ շատ կարևոր հարց է։ Մենք երբ որ խոսում ենք, որ ստարտափները հեշտ է ստեղծել եւ իսկապես դա կատարվում է, դրանք բնականաբար այն շուկաներում են, որոնք հեշտ է ճանաչել, հա, իսկ մենք որ շուկաներն ենք հեշտ ճանաչում, մենք հեշտ ենք ճանաչում խաղերի շուկան, սոցիալ մեդիայի շուկան, հա, քանի որ ինքներս գտնվում ենք այդտեղ, եւ բնականաբար, երբ որ արդեն գալիս է բիզնես ստեղծելու հատվածը, մենք մեզ քշում ենք, այսպես ասած, այդ շուկաներ, բայց հասկանալի է, որ գիտեք, շատ ժամանակ քո պատվիրատունը քեզ նաեւ բարձրացնում եւ սնում, էլի, այսինքն մեր համար մյուս շուկաները, որոնք ավելի մեծ ինտելեկտուալ բան ունեն, բաղկացուցիչ ունեն, իրենք մնում են անհասանելի։ Այդ շուկաների հետ մենք չենք շփվում, բնականաբար, քանի որ չենք շփվում, այդ շուկաներին ոչինչ չենք առաջարկում։ Այս առումով պետությունը երկու հատված է տալիս, որը հնարավորություն է տալիս այդ շուկաները մտնել, այսինքն սովորել այդ շուկաների վրա, որպեսզի առաջարկություն արել։ Դա մեկը դա էլեկտրոնային կառավարումն է, որը որ մինչև այսօր մեր համար փակ է, դա մնում է բանի տակ, այսպես միջազգային կազմակերպությունները գալիս են ստիպելով, որ իր կամ փոխհամաձայնություն գալով մեր չինովնիկների հետ, որ որոշակի կազմակերպություններ այդ պատվերները անեն, ու շատ ժամանակ Հայաստան ունենալով մի 10 ընկերություն, որը կարա ենթադրենք վճարային համակարգ անի, ենթադրենք Իռլանդիայից ինչ-որ կամպանիա է անում, բնականաբար ուրիշ իռլանդահայերին նույն վարձելով, եւ մենք ոչ փորձ ենք ձեռք բերում, այսինքն չենք շփվում մեր բյուրոկրատների կամ չինովնիկների հետ, փորձ չենք ձեռք բերում չինովնիկի հետ շփվելու եւ իր ուրեմն խնդիրները լուծելու, համապատասխանաբար պրոդուկտներ չեն կարող սարքենք, ստարտափներ չեն կարող սարքենք, որոնք պետական կառավարման խնդիրներ են լուծում եւ այլ երկրներում առաջարկենք։ Սա շատ կարծում եմ կարեւոր բան է, իսկ շատ ավելի կարեւոր է շատ ավելի կարևոր է ռազմարդյունաբերությունը, այստեղ էլի նույն խնդիրն է, այսինքն մենք բացառիկ տեխնոլոգիական հնարավորություն ունենք իհարկե նաև մեր պաշտպանելու մեր երկիրը, բայց նաև բացառիկ հնարավորություն ունենք հասկանալու, թե ինչպես են այսօր ժամանակակից տեխնոլոգիաները աշխատում զենքի ոլորտում եւ որովհետեւ մենք կռվում ենք, ասենք ռեալ կռվում ենք այդ զենքով կամ պաշտպանում ենք այդ զենքից, մենք դրա թույլ ուժեղ կողմերը գիտենք եւ այդ ոլորտում եւ դա մեզ բացառիկ հնարավորություն է տալիս շուկան ճանաչել եւ այդ շուկայում առաջարկություններ տալ։ Ընդ որում այնտեղ այնքան գործ կա, որ աներևակայելի ցանկացած, ասենք մի հատ փոքր ստից գրանատամյոտի այդ հատվածը 50 քանի հատ մասից է կազմված, ամեն մեկը ֆունկցիոնալ, ամեն մեկը ինչ որ կարևոր գյուտարարական բան պարունակող, տեխնոլոգիական բան պարունակող, այսինքն այս ոլորտն էլ մենք գրեթե ուրեմն չենք դիտարկում։ Ու այդ ժամանակ մենք ուժեղանում ենք սոցիալ մեդիա եւ այլը, Իսրայելը ուժեղանում է օրինակի համար զենքի արտադրություն, զենքի, չգիտեմ, լազերային տեխնոլոգիա, այս տեխնոլոգիա, այսինքն իր ստարտափները գնում են, ասենք շատ ավելի խորը եւ հետաքրքիր ոլորտներ, իրանց կլիենտուրաները բնականաբար այդ ստարտափների շատ ավելի խորը եւ հետաքրքիր մարդիկ են եւ ավելի պերսպեկտիվնի մարդիկ են, այսինքն մենք մեր համար մի հատ իրավիճակ ենք ստեղծում, որ մենք միշտ լինելու ենք, ասենք միշտ լինենք, եթե մենք չփոխենք իրավիճակը, սոցիալ մեդիա, գեյմ, չգիտեմ, sense շուր բաներ, թեթև բաներ սպասարկող եւ մեր կլիենտուրան լինի կարող է ասենք մի հատ ինչ-որ ասենք Բանգլադեշից մի հատ մեկը, որը որ խաղամանյակ է, ենթադրենք։ Դրա համար ես կարծում եմ, որ ձեռներեցության կարևորագույն հատվածը դա, որ այսօր գոնե այն շուկաները, որոնք որ մենք ճանաչում ենք լինելով պետություն, այդ մասում կարողանանք ձեռներեցություն սկսենք։ Շնորհակալություն։
Thank you, Gordon. So, given the fact that we're in this beautiful hall at AUA, we're celebrating 25 years of AUA being part of the fabric of Armenian society and education, and in particular the launch of the Entrepreneurship and Product Innovation Center. What are you, as clients of the product or service that AUA is providing, what are we looking for from AUA or institutions like AUA to drive entrepreneurship? I mean, you know, when we talk about what makes Silicon Valley or other pockets of entrepreneurship innovation successful, you know, it comes down to people, money, the environment, and drive, right? Let's leave money aside for a second, but if we talk about people, if we talk about access to knowledge, experience of others, what should AUA focus on that will help us develop the entrepreneurial environment in the country?
Yeah, I think I was very happy when I had the chance to see the 5th floor and first floor changes at AUA. I was a second graduate. At that time, the dream, AUA was the best place because of the two things. There's the only place in a city where there is a light 24 hours. We had access to the computers. For example, I'm graduated from Department of Mathematics of Yervant State University. We had only 2 computers for the whole department, and here it's a computer lab. Just go and do whatever you want, even play, why not? And also food of cafeteria. This was, you see, it was 2004, yeah? And now I think it's entirely environment. It's not only environmental change, I think this is also content change. And not only for AUA, I think for the Armenian higher education establishment, I think should concentrate, in my understanding, in 2 major issues. Knowledge, I'm not saying that knowledge is not important, but I think we cannot limit ourselves just transforming the knowledge from professor to the student. I think especially for Armenia and especially in these changes that are taking place in the world, and especially that Armenia targeting himself or positioning himself as a knowledge-based economy or a country where they're promoting innovation, I think we should start, or maybe we started already, or we should continue to inject this creativity inside of our students, to teach them how to think, how to make their decisions, and how to use their internal entrepreneurship spirit or something which is in their DNA outside of their house, of the university, in the economy of the country. I think this is important, but this requires not only nice rooms and also environment, which is, I think, the first step and it's very important. I think it requires some interesting also the programs, also some funding, some small, let's call it ID or seed funding for them to start during the study period to do something tangible. For example, we started a new project with IBM. It's called IBM Center for Innovative Solutions and Technologies. Center is based in Yervant State University. It, I think, will finish renovation and it will be operational fully from September. We're thinking to give, let's say, $5,000 grants to the professors which have a team and working in a specific subject and a topic. Because there's the two sides of the coin. It's not important that all will become a start-uppers and all will have their own company. There are many, many professors and the students, they want to stay in research, as Karen said. Maybe there are some research issues, it's important. We remember our tradition, and some of them are still, we have in our country, the culture of mathematics, physics, astronomy in this country, and still in some of these areas, Armenia still is one of the top countries in the world. I think we should also try to use this environment also to continuing to give the chance of these people to do their research, which is also very valuable, not only for the government, but also for the private sector. So my understanding is, and project that we are pushing or activities we are pushing to create environments, hubs inside of higher educational establishments, to try to do something, specific projects, specific research or specific development activities. Why not to start their startups and in parallel to the teaching, in parallel to transforming the knowledge, to try to showcase or help them to do some specific activity. You want to call it incubation, you want to call it acceleration, you want to call it ABZ. It's not important. I think this should be in parallel to teaching. And why in educational establishments? Because Armenians like learning process. This is something that we all should study in higher educational establishment. I don't know it's good or bad, but this is something that, again, is in our DNA, that we should go after school to higher educational establishment, and this degree is must for my daughter. It doesn't matter she will be working or not in the future, but I think this is already an advantage for us. That this is many countries are pushing their kids to go to study, but they're not going. This is something good that we already, there's no need to do a PR that they will go to study. Now we should create this environment inside of this educational establishment to make them more successful, and also I think this will be basis, I think, in the future of the one or two main economic direction of the country, which will make Armenia competitive and put us in a global map. And we have already an example of information technologies. This is perfect. We should continue to work, but I think it's time already to think to use the same model on developing similar sectors in economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Bagrat. Unfortunately, we're running a little bit short of time, so Yervant, maybe, again, kind of directly, what do you think AUA could do to help this, to help push this forward?
I think one of the most important components of becoming an entrepreneur or helping the entrepreneurship grow is learning from others. So it's mentorship, and I think AUA is in a unique position where it's placed in between Armenia and US and have all the connections to bring strong mentors and entrepreneurs to help people realize what's important, what's not, what to focus on. And in some cases, one speech by a person may change the way you view the world, and that's important. In other cases, it may be consistent and consistent work on on certain areas. So I would think that AUA's role would be to create those stronger links. Armenia is fortunate to have diaspora, but to become a platform to bring people here and to help students and all involved in the center to learn and become better at entrepreneurship.
Excellent. Thank you, Yervant. Karen?
Շնորհակալություն, շատ իմ կարծիքով հետաքրքիր հարցը, կարծում չի վերաբերում միայն AUA-ին, բայց կոնկրետ AUA օրինակի վրա ասեմ, շատ եւ աշխատողներ եւ պրակտիկանտներ եւ կամավորներ եմ ունեցել։ Իմ տպավորությունը այնա, որ շատ լավ հմտություններ ունեն, շատ այդ թվում ոչ միայն իրենց առարկաների մեջ, այլ նաև շփման մեջ եւ այլն, բայց ակնհայտ երևում է, որ ոնց որ ժամանակ չկա էմոցիոնալ ինտելեկտի զարգացման առումով, սենց ավելի խորը ճանաչողության եւ այլն, ասենք իմ մոտ այդ տպավորությունն է, ես օրինակ առաջարկեի եւ քանի որ այսօր աշխարհում թիմային նախաձեռնություններն են էլի հաղթում, որևէ անհատական նախաձեռնություն չի հաղթում, հաղթում է թիմային նախաձեռնությունները, այսինքն գործողություններ անել թիմային նախաձեռնությունների ոլորտում, ընդ որում որպեսզի դրանք կատարված լինեն, չգիտեմ, ֆիզիկայից, ծրագրավորումից կամ այլ որևէ բանից, օրինակ ես կվարձեի ողջ մնալու արվեստի դպրոցի Վովա Վարդանովին եւ երկու շաբաթվա, ասենք, կուրս մահադովը, բայց երիտասարդ զինվորի կուրս կանցկացնեի, որտեղ երիտասարդները, օրինակ, համալսարանականները կսովորեին, ասենք, լեռնահրաձգային հմտություններ եւ որպես թիմ, դրանից վերադառնալուց հետո իրենք կտեսնեին, որ իրենք արդեն եւ թիմեր են ստեղծել եւ ընկերություն են ստեղծել եւ այդ դեպրեսիաները թեթև երիտասարդներին, որ մեկ-մեկ տանում է, այդ դեպրեսիաները բոլորը փախել են, գնացել են, էլ չկան բան եւ այլն, էլի։ Ու դուք կտեսնեք, թե դրանից հետո, ասենք, այդ նույն մարդիկ ինչքան ավելի էֆեկտիվ կմտնեն բիզնեսի մեջ, որովհետեւ իրանք հասկանում են ինչ բանա թիմը, հասկանում են ինչ բանա մարդկային հարաբերությունը, ինչ բանա, երբ որ քո կյանքը կախված է քո կողքինից, ռեալ կախված է, էլի։ Այբ որ մարդը դա հասկանում, այդ ժամանակ իր մոտ փոփոխություններ ա լինում նաև եւ բիզնեսում եւ մնացած ոլորտներում։ Ես օրինակ այդ ճանապարհով գնայի կամ որևէ այլ ճանապարհով, որը թույլ է տալիս այդ կյանքի մեջ ներգրավվածությունը, էմոցիոնալ ինտելեկտը ավելի զարգացնել։ Շնորհակալություն։
Gentlemen, thank you very much. I think what I enjoyed about this panel is that you each had a very unique approach to answering the questions. I very much enjoyed being part of this. I wish AUA the best with this very important new center that's being created. I see a lot of my former students in the audience. I want to say thank you, and please consider the entrepreneurial road as an exciting thing to go after. And I'd like to thank Arman and everybody else for including us in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you all for the exciting conversation. Next, we'll be having 5 companies. Each company will speak about 5 minutes about their idea, about their company, about what they do, what are the challenges and the opportunities. And we'd start with Anna from Bed Construct. Welcome, Anna.
Hi everyone. First of all, as being an AUA alumni, I want to congratulate all of us with the launch of Epic Center. So going back to Backconstruct, the company was launched in 2003 with the headquarters in London. Who we are an award-winning developer and provider of gaming and betting products, which we develop in-house and with the gaming solutions, and we provide it to the global offices worldwide. We faced a lot of challenges during our first years of establishment. First of all, as you might know, the company, the gaming and betting market, I don't know if you're familiar with it, is highly regulated and is very conservative. We wanted to launch our company with the vision that we did have, with the vision that the founders had and the team had, but we couldn't do so because of the regulations. We had to apply to a lot of licenses. We had to apply to dozens of, regulatory systems. And it took us 5 years to finally try to sell the products and softwares and everything that we already had, which was very demotivating in that period of time. That's why the credo of our company and the motto of company and the vision is break free, which means that we give the operators and we give our partners the freedom of choice. We give them the freedom to choose to build their own businesses, to build their own websites. Doesn't matter if it's online or land-based, with the vision that they want, and with the starting from the graphic design and ending with the licenses, we do provide everything. We believe in the diversified gaming market, which is very important right now. So here is Backconstruct, a little more by numbers. As the years pass, we right now do have 1,000 employees, 200 partners worldwide, 10 global offices, 200 developers, and 300 traders. It is also worth to mention that yesterday in UK, in London, Backconstruct got an award as the best service provider, which means that providing a service and assistance for our company is not only just like service providing or just platforms reseller or seller. It is who we are as a company. We believe in 24/7 support of the partners. We got the award for a second year in a row. So the global offices that we have, the headquarters is in UK. We have office in Malta, Latvia, Armenia, USA, Peru, Ukraine, South Africa, Cyprus, and Uruguay. We operate in more than 51 countries worldwide. This is the list of the partners. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it or not. The product offerings, starting from betting solutions and ending with CRM system, we do provide everything. As I was told to keep it short, I'm just going to mention that Backconstruct proudly and surely state that Backconstruct right now is with the main development office in Armenia, is a game changer in the global market of gaming and betting industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We'll go from a large company to a startup that is, in my opinion, I think probably the most successful on Indiegogo, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. But it's we have a representative from YECAP to talk about their idea and what they plan to do.
Hi, my name is Vigen. I'm the CEO of YECAP, your smart connected mug, but as we are now in Armenia, I would like to continue my speech in Armenia. Indiegogo-ով, ինչպես գիտեք, մենք մի ամիս առաջ post ենք արել մեր campaign-ը ու $300,000 կարգի նախնական պատվերներ ենք ստացել 97 երկրից եւ հիմա էլ շարունակում ենք ստանալ, մենք ունենք արդեն պայմանագրեր համաշխարհային մարքեթինգային ընկերությունների հետ, ինչպիսիք են QVC-ին, Amazon-ը 10,000 եւ ավել պատվերների համար, մենք նախատեսում ենք ուղարկել պատվերները սեպտեմբեր-հոկտեմբեր ամիսների ընթացքում, երբ մենք արդեն կսկսենք մեր manufacturing-ը Չինաստանում եւ այլն եւ այլն։ Հայաստանում շատ խնդիրներ կային արտադրության, prototyping-ի հետ կապված, որովհետեւ մեր մոտ չկան այդ լավ զարգացած չեն տենց տեղերը, ասենք ամեն մանր բան Հայաստանում խնդիր է, մեր մոտ չկա PayPal-ը, դրա համար մենք ստիպված ենք երրորդ երկրներում բացել հաշիվներ եւ դա դժվարություններ է առաջացնում բիզնեսի համար։ YECAP-ը տերմոս է, որը iPhone-ով կառավարվում է, դուք կարող եք ջերմությունը իջացնել մինչև 10 աստիճան Ցելսիուսով եւ բարձրացնել մինչև 70 աստիճան։ Նաև դուք կարող եք ձեր հեռախոսը իրավ ստրոյեն ինքը ակումուլյատոր ունի, on the go աշխատում եւ 12 վոլտ ավտոից եղած չարժը, որը դուք չեք օգտագործում, դուք կարող եք ձեր հեռախոսը կամ պլանշետը դնել չարժի, զարյատկայի, որովհետեւ դրած այնպեսի չիպ, որը մինչև 21 ամպեր հոսանք է տալիս, то есть հանգիստ կարելի է iPad-ն էլ դնել զարյատկի։ Հեռախոսով դուք արդեն կտեսնեք ձեր թերմոսի ջերմությունը տվյալ ժամանակում, երբ ասենք ինքը տաքանա կամ սառի, լոգոն, որը Երևանի ալտերնատիվ լոգոն է, ելոգոն, չգիտեմ լսել եք թե չէ, ինքը գույնը փոխում է համապատասխանաբար, երբ տաքանում է, կարմրում է, երբ սառում է, կապտում է։ Մենք հեսա մի քիչ հետո երևի կդնեն հոլովակը, ամեն ինչ ավելի պարզ կլինի ու ինքը անգլերեն է։
365 days a year, all seasons, one mug to fit them all. Meet Yekup, the wireless on-the-go mug for all seasons. The only temperature-adjustable wireless mug that can boil or cool down your drinks and maintain your preferred temperature throughout the day. You can take Yekup with you anywhere you go. Pour your favorite drink. Choose how cold or how hot you want your drink to be. Yekup will notify you once it reaches your desired temperature and your drink is ready. Just like you like it. Very, very cold or boiling hot. Left your phone at home? Never mind. Cool or heat your drink with built-in buttons. And you can even charge your phone up to 3 times a day. Yekup charges wirelessly with a stainless steel body, temperature indicator, and leak-proof lid. Yekup is ideal for use in sports, at home, while studying. Also, the mug will heat or cool twice faster when plugged in the car.
Yekup isn't just a mug that will keep your drink warm or cold. It will make your drink warm or cold, whenever and wherever you want. We've been working with professionals for years to create the best mug ever. A mug you're gonna love. A mug that will make your day perfect and easy.
Be the first to enjoy Yekup, the wireless on-the-go mug for all seasons. Only on Indiegogo.com. Click here to get your Yekup now.
Thank you. I think I had a professor at business school who said that if you are selling something to consumers and you can't raise money on Indiegogo or platforms like that, you probably have to think more to go and raise money from someone else. So good job raising money. Our next representative will talk about some of the terminals that you actually saw outside, Lime Tech. So Georg Safarian, welcome to the stage.
Hello. First of all, I would like to congratulate AUA and all of us with this innovative lab. And this is not my presentation, but I will like, yes, we can try.
This one? It was
Yes,
this.
yes.
It's
No,
not yours?
it's not mine. Let's try to find something else, something more interesting. But it's not. I don't. There is no. Okay, just not to lose time. I can take it. LimeTech. I'm Georg Safarian, founder of LimeTech. And LimeTech is specialized in production of customer service improvement solutions. And the main product which we created, it's a queue management solution. And yes, this one. And main product is queue management solutions, which you probably met in the banks, telecom, Vivacell, Beeline branches. And as you know, everything is starting with an idea. And there was, let's do this way, sorry. Okay. Everything starts from idea. And I've got an idea from my friend to import queue management solution to Armenia. And we liked that idea and we started to think about that. But the question raised is why we don't have to build and create to produce it in Armenia. And we did it. And we have some successful projects. And the first biggest project which we did, it was with Vivacell MTS. And after we have created other solutions, there was queue management solutions, electronic lecterns, vending machines, information kiosks, and all this was produced in Armenia by young engineers. And during these years, we got experience and we understood that we have to be more specialized in exact field, which we decided to choose. It was customer service improvements solutions. There, when we tried to concentrate our efforts only on 4 products, it was queue management solutions, information kiosks, payment terminals, and service quality management systems. And also, we did rebranding of our company in 2013 from this logo type, and we created more professional look, and we started to think about other markets, and we succeeded. And also, working 7 years, more than 7 years in this field, we implemented 700 solutions. We become leader in the market. 95% of all solutions which is implemented in Armenia is provided by our company. And we have more than 50 clients. They are all mobile operators, Vivacell, Beeline, Ucom, Qarabağ Telecom. They're all our clients. More than the half of the banks our clients. More than 10 governmental organizations use our solutions. And we implemented our solutions all over Armenia, bringing this experience in any village, any city, improving that queuing process. And in Stepanakert we have several projects. And after this, we implemented our products in Georgia, in Iraq, in Kazakhstan. And to create all this, we did with our great team, a team of individuals who come together. We are creating such amazing products. With this team, we also have fun, and we are beating some records in the bowling club. Even you can see in Arena Bowling our records. And also, this is a photo from our office in Gyumri, where we have developers, and this is the opening day. And this is our technical director, Karen, very happy. And we are always open for new hires, and we would like creative minds, creative people to join our team to create good products. And now we created our new product. It is early one, which is a unique solution for queuing. It's queue management, flow management solution, which enables service providers to save their customers' time, not just to improve their customer service, and to reach customer service excellence. And solution consists from 2 components. This is the main product, which brings to businesses new opportunity to manage their staff, to improve their service. And also, it's a unique, universal mobile app through which people can choose company, choose the branch and the service which they want to be served, and take the time to book their ticket in the line, and not to waste more time waiting in lines. This is just soon you will see that, and if you want to have this solution firsthand, you have to go to early1.co and subscribe for our solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georg. Now, when we go bowling next time, we are going to invite all of your team to come with us. Our next speaker is not from Yerevan, and this was intentional to showcase that entrepreneurship is not just happening in the capital city, but also is happening outside of Yerevan. We have a representative from Augment AR to talk about the 3D printers. Arthur?
Ողջունում բոլորիդ, շնորհակալություն կազմակերպիչներին մեզ այս հնարավորությունն ընձեռնելու համար։ Մենք ներկայացնում ենք Augment-AR ընկերությունը, որը նորաստեղծ ընկերություն է Գորիսում։ Հիմա ով ենք մենք, որն է մեր նպատակը, կարճ եթե ասենք, մենք երիտասարդներ ենք, ովքեր որ փորձում են նպաստել մեր երկրի զարգացմանը, խոշորացմանը, առաջխաղացմանը, եւ մենք հենց այդ ընկերությունն ենք։ Մեր ընկերությունը հիմնվել է անցած տարվա սեպտեմբերին, հիմնադիրները ես եւ ընկերս ենք, Արտուր եւ Հրայր, ու ինչու ենք մենք ուզում, ինչու ենք մենք մեր գործունեությունը սկսել հենց Գորիս քաղաքում։ Մենք համարում ենք, որ ուժեղ Հայաստան կարելի է լինել միայն ուժեղ շրջաններ ունենալու դեպքում, եւ մենք մեր օրինակով փորձում ենք նաեւ համոզել բոլորին, որ կարողանան գնալ իրենց ծննդավայրերը եւ իրենց բիզնեսը գործունեությունը ծավալեն իրենց շրջաներում, մարզերում եւ այլն։ Մարզերը ինչով են ավելի լավը, քան մայրաքաղաքները, նրանով են լավ, որ մարզերում ավելի հանգիստ է, այնտեղ պայմանները ավելի հարմար են, ավելի էժան են ինչ-որ բիզնես սկսելու համար, կադրային առումով։ Բացի դրանից մարդիկ ավելի ազատ են մտածում, որովհետև ավելի մոտ են բնությանը եւ նորարարական ստեղծագործական ռեսուրսը բավականին բարձր է այստեղ։ Եվ բացի դրանից կոնկրետ մեր Գորիսի հետ կապված մենք սիրում ենք մեր քաղաքը եւ վստահ ենք, որ Գորիսը ամենալավ, ամենագեղեցիկ քաղաքներից մեկն է։ Ինչ ենք մենք իրականացնում Գորիսում, ուրեմն մենք մեր գործը սկսել ենք եռաչափ տպիչների արտադրությամբ, որոնք որ կիրառվում են ինժեներական լաբորատորիաներում, օգտագործվում են այնտեղ, այս վերջերս հատուկ բրենդավորվեց Արմատ լաբորատորիաներում։ Բացի դրանից ունենալով 3D պրինտերների արտադրություն, մենք նաև փորձում ենք զարգացնել 3D պրինտերների կիրառությունը, այսինքն նախ մենք ենք փորձում մարդկանց ծանոթացնել պրինտերների արտադրության կիրառելիությունը եւ առաջարկում ենք տարբեր տիպի դժվար դետալների ծառայություններ, այդ մարդիկ ցանկանում են ինչ-որ սպეციფიկ հատուկ դետալ տպել, կարող են պատվիրել 3D պրինտեր ունեցող ընկերությանը, անհատի կամ դպրոցի կամ մեզ։ Շատ ակտիվ ներգրաված ենք կրթական ծրագրերում, մասնավորապես իրականացնում ենք դասընթացներ Գորիսում եւ ոչ միայն Կապանում, Սիսիանում, քանի որ դրանք շատ կարևոր խթան են շրջաներում ՏՏ ոլորտի զարգացման համար։ Շրջաներում խնդիր կա, հիմնականում լավ կադրերը գտնվում են Երևանում, ու հիմնականում չեն ցանկանում վերադառնալ իրեն շրջանները եւ այնտեղ որևէ բիզնես սկսելու համար պետք է սկսել զրոյից, այսինքն պետք է տեղի կադրերին սովորացնել, պարապացնել, բերել արտադրական մակարդակի եւ նոր արդեն սկսել բիզնեսը ու դրա համար մենք շատ ենք կարեւորում եւ ակտիվ իրականացնում ենք նմանատիպ կրթական ծրագրեր։ Բացի դրանից ինժեներական լաբորատորիաների Սյունիքի եւ Արցախի մարզային համակարգողն ենք եւ համակարգում ենք այդ աշխատանքները։ Նաև Գորիսում մենք փորձում ենք ստեղծել արդեն ընթացքի մեջ է վեբ ծրագրավորման թիմ ու արդեն իսկ գրանցել ենք փոքրիկ հաջողություններ, ունենք պատվերներ եւ ցանկանում ենք մեծացնել, կատարելագործել թիմը, որովհետեւ շրջաններում վեբ ծրագրավորումով սկսելը ինչ որ գործ շատ ավելի հեշտ է ու օրինակելի։ Մենք ունենք նաև նման փորձ Կապանում, Իջևանում եւ Սիսիանում, որտեղ նույնպես կան թիմեր, ստարտափներ, որոնք իրենց գործունեությունը սկսել են վեբ ծրագրավորմամբ։ Ինչ ունենք 15 թվականի սեպտեմբերից, այսօր մենք ունենք 6 հոգանոց թիմ, բացի դրանից ունենք 6 փորձնակներ, որոնք որ շուտով պետք է ընդգրկվեն, այսինքն շուտով մենք ունենանք արդեն 12 հոգի աշխատող։ Սյունիքում եւ Արցախում արմատ լաբորատորիաների համակարգողն ենք, 14 հատ լաբորատորիա կա մեր տրամադրության տակ, բացի դրանից 200-ից ավել աշակերտներ։ Ուրեմն մեր խնդիրն է բացահայտել ու գտնել լավ աշակերտներին եւ նրանց ուղղորդել դեպի ՏՏ ոլորտ, բայց մյուս կողմից մենք ջանք չենք թափում, անդադ աշխատում ենք այն ուղղությամբ, որպեսզի տարբեր ներդրողների դրանք լինեն ծննդով սյունեցի կամ ոչ պարտադիր, շահագրգռենք գան իրեն շրջաններում հիմնեն ընկերություններ, որովհետև ափսոս են այդ երեխեքա, որ գնան Երևանում աշխատեն։ Արդյունքում կստացվի, բայց ինչ ենք մենք մեր մարտահրավերները, որպես արտադրող մենք ուրեմն խրախուսում ենք հայրենական արտադրանքը, որպես սպառող մենք խրախուսում ենք հայկական արտադրանքը, պարտադրում ենք հայկական արտադրողներից որակ, այսինքն օրինակ եռաչափ տպիչների արտադրության մեջ ձգտում ենք դետալները, որոնք ձեռք ենք բերում, հնարավորինս լինեն հայկական։ Ասենք արդեն փորձում ենք եռաչափ տպիչների գլխիկների արտադրությունը էլի իրականացնել Գորիսում գամա ընկերությունում։ Բացի դրանից բացենք անդադ ցանկանում ենք նորարար գաղափարներով հանդես գալ։ Այսքանը, շնորհակալություն։
Thank you. We have one more speaker before we get to our panel discussion. And since we are late, we'll try to keep this short. But I think all of you have heard about the company that's been doing very well, making all of us proud. So help us welcome CMO of SoloLearn, Armenia.
Hello, thank you for introducing and thank you for this opportunity to tell about our company. I have been with the team since the very beginning and it's about 2 years we're in the market. I would like, since then the SoloLearn has become the largest and right now the fastest growing community of mobile coders. I would like to explain what does it mean by playing a short video, not to stop on demonstrating the product itself and spending time on this.
Introducing SoloLearn, the fastest growing network of mobile code learners. Choose from a range of different courses to help improve your coding skills. Advance your learning with fun quizzes and info sessions suited to your level. Practice with real in-app coding. Complete levels and unlock new achievements to improve your profile. Challenge other users in head-to-head games. And watch yourself rise up the leaderboard. Play on a device that suits you, anytime, anywhere. And best of all, it's absolutely free. Join the millions of other learners and download your free coding app today. Introducing SoloLearn, the fastest growing network of mobile code learners.
I'm sure you have come across the recent buzz around coding and code learning. There is no need to stop on this, and enough to mention that 9 out of 10 parents in the United States, according to the statistics, think that their children should learn coding. Meanwhile, more than 50% of developers are self-taught, partially or totally. It means that there is a huge demand and not enough supply. It also means that there is a pressing need to provide more accessible, fast and easy ways to learn coding so that it is available to everyone. But there are, of course, existing channels like traditional education and online resources which are available, but most of them do not meet all the requirements. Most of them are expensive, time-consuming, and not available. However, if you even find a way to learn coding, there is another important issue, which is the building a reliable and verified reputation to enter the professional market. It takes a long time, and so SoloLearn has created an environment where it is done easily. In this environment, anyone can learn coding, can start to learn coding, and in an easy and fast way, and can build their own projects, code within the app, and share the projects, get feedback, teach and learn from each other, just hang out, play challenges, coding challenges, and this continuous and non-stop skill development naturally creates and develops your profile and your reputation. The result is the coder's identity profile, which we call a Certificate Plus. It is an entry to the professional world, and it reflects all your activities and all your achievements, and it is available online to anyone from friends to employers. Let me show you some numbers. We are growing very fast. We have 7 million downloads from all over the world. The main markets are the United States, India, and the UK, just to name a few. And engagement with our activities is growing very fast as well. We get positive reviews and feedback from our users, from learners from all over the world. Most of them are our main user base is comprised of high school students and computer science students, and we receive this positive feedback not only from them, but last year, for example, Google Play recognized one of the SoloLearn's apps as the best app of the year in India. That's it from me. Thank you for your attention, and if anyone is interested, we are hiring.
Okay, thank you so much. Very interesting case studies, successes that we learned from throughout the day. All 3 sessions that we went through were very informative. Now we're moving to the last session, and the last session is an exciting one as well. It is more about the future. It's the future of technologies as Armenia needs it. So we'll be concentrating on Armenia in this case and see what do we need to do. Is it any different than other countries, and how different it should be. We have a distinguished set of panelists with us. I'd like to invite them to take their seats if possible. Father Mesrop Aramian, Manuk Herginian, Vache Gabrielian, Vasken Yakubian, as well as Armen Baldarian. to save time, I will not do long introductions, but what we will do together is we'd like to understand from them their vision in terms of innovation in Armenia, what are our needs as we move forward. And we're not talking about long-term future, we're talking about short-term future and the needs there. We'll be starting with Mr. Gabrielian. Bachi Gabrielian is the Vice Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. He just came from a trip. We understand that he was extremely busy, but he dedicated some amount of time for us to hear his vision, and through him, the government's vision probably. He can specify that if needed. Mr. Gabrielian, the microphone is yours.
Շնորհակալություն։ Աշխատանքային լեզուն որն է, հայերեն է թե անգլերեն է։ Անգլերեն, okay. Okay, I will be talking in English. So I'll rather talk as myself, especially when I'm at AUA. When we are talking about innovation needs and challenges, there is one misconception about innovation that I would like to talk about. There are a lot of people who are thinking about innovation as something doing cutting edge. Innovation is not inventing something completely new and not coming up with something in the world that nobody has ever done before. We have to think about innovation in a much wider range of things. Of course, if we are creating a new product that nobody has done before, it's great. And it is something that we have to cherish and we have to support. But innovation is also adapting new technologies. Innovation is also to produce old things. And innovation is using anything that increases your productivity. If you have, for example, new technology in agriculture, you are still producing whatever you were producing before, but you are producing much more, and you are producing at better quality and more controllable quality, etc., more marketable, and all the things together. So it is very important when we are talking about innovation to have this thing in mind, that it's not that we are only creating new things that are exciting and a new computer program that everybody is going to use. It's not only blue ocean strategies that even if we are taking old technologies that nobody was combining together and creating a new product that nobody was aware is out there and they are using it. But it's also using, especially for Armenia, that is a country that it is a low level of development. If we are using technologies that have been proven somewhere else to be productive and we can use and adapt them in Armenia and significantly increase our productivity, this is also very much important innovation that we should cherish. So my understanding is that when we are talking about innovation, we have to talk about the whole range of it and support all type of innovation and create conditions for it. The most important infrastructure for innovation is not government, is not finance, it's education. So hopefully the challenge will be addressed by our universities, and there are different ways of doing it, and people around this table can talk about it in much detail. Armenian Virtual College is innovation in my understanding from this perspective. IAP Foundation with its schools is innovation. There are other things that are also innovation about it, and we have to have an open mind and understanding of doing it. This is my brief remarks, and if necessary, I can add something.
Thank you so much. Any questions to Mr. Gabrielian? Clarifications? Comments? No. Okay. Thank you so much. We can move on. Father Mr. Mehrabyan, who's the chairman of the IPE School, and we just heard about the IPE School from Mr. Gabrielian, will be giving us his statement next. Father Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Gabrielian already mentioned about IPE, and I think that the whole IPE mission is about the innovation. We brought a new culture in our school system, new culture of learning, and IPE created fully new curriculum, which is called Aratian Baccalaureate, which is basically a synthesis of best achievements, world achievements, and our values. So now we offer a fully new program, and we are very happy that Armenian government recognized the importance of these new changes, of this new program. And now we implement the national program for educational excellence, and we are trying to reach every Armenian kid in school with this new platform of excellence. Platform is already recognized by Cambridge University and now is in process of international recognition. Basically, students who take AB exams now at IPE School, they can use the results of these exams to enter to any university in the world. As in the case international baccalaureate or A levels, etc. We are happy to say that in Armenia we have a platform in Armenian language which is equivalent of the best standards in the world. And this Armenian program with Armenian values. We want to, with this program, to create a generation who will take responsibility of the future of the country. We created also fully new teacher training program with UCL Institute of Education. And we hope that this program will become a master's programs of any existing university in Armenia. And we will, with this program, we will prepare a new generation of teachers who will teach according to this platform, Aratian Baccalaureate. Recently at IPE School, first time in the history of Armenia, our students took Aratian Baccalaureate exams. Still we are waiting for the results. In 1 week we'll receive, and we'll see what are our results. And starting from next year, this year is pilot, every student from the school which is included in National Program for Educational Excellence is eligible to take these exams. I would like to say that innovation, in a way, is a sense and spirit of education. Education is innovation. Because through the education, basically, we change the life, we transform the life. If education is just about past or about existing things, this is not education. Education is about future. That's why good education is about innovation, about new technologies, about new things. And now everything in the life is changing so fastly that innovation becomes an existential part of our life and education also. New technologies, all these things dramatically change the understanding of education. That's why good education, of course, has history, has some heritage, but also good education has to predict what is going to be in the future. Good education is also prediction of future, reading of the future. And that's why when we are speaking about education, we speak about innovation. And because of every aspect depends on aspect of the life depends on education, that's why we have to start really fundamental changes to the fundamental changes in the field of education. And I'm glad that this is happening. This is happening, and we are going to have very competitive secondary school education in Armenia. We work towards this direction and hope that these changes will happen also in higher education. We have some plans to establish in Armenia a technological university in cooperation with MIT or Stanford University to bring new culture in Armenia also in higher education. Education which not only gives knowledge but gives enough skills to create immediately startups to contribute in technologies and in innovation. Yervant, that's enough? Thank you.
Thanks so much. These are all very critical projects. We'll be hearing more about them as you move forward, whether the baccalaureate, the technological university, IP itself, we all know about it. So thanks a lot, Father Mesok, for all your initiatives. We're looking forward to see their realization. AUA is also an innovative university. We heard about it from this morning. Your programs will somehow be linked to it as well. So we look forward to that too. Carol. Microphone, just a second.
We've spoken a lot about innovation and use of the internet and use of computers in many walks of life. I'm seeing very few evidences of the use of computer-based instruction. For example, in many classrooms in the United States today, much of the discussion takes place in the classroom, but the work of reading and analyzing takes place at home on the computer. We call those flipped classrooms. So there's innovation all around this country, but I don't see very much of it in the instructional technology used in the academic settings. In the United States, we now have 15 going on 20% of all college students taking all their programs online. It's not right for everybody. It's absolutely efficient and appropriate for some people. So what do you see as the future in Armenia in accepting computer-based learning in the classrooms, high school and college, for example?
Good question. This is happening now at IBE, and we hope that we can, spread this in all our educational system. So we do a lot through computers online. All our resources are online, and basically others from other schools can be connected with these resources to use in their classrooms, etc. So we are using this, and online learning is becoming a substantial part of education. Even I amazed when I heard that a lot of students sitting at MIT campus, they don't go to classrooms. They take courses online, and I think that so we have to create an environment in Armenia. When I am speaking about technological university, I imagine this place a sort of cafe or lab where everybody can be linked to the best resources of the world. We don't need heavy duty, people, but we can to organize education in the place. But we can linked with this. Be linked with these people. We need just good facilitators and a sort of new, environment with new culture, where we can take the best courses of MIT, of Stanford, of Harvard. And this is now possible, and this will be extremely cheap, extremely cheap. All these things are happening now, and hope that we can boost this process in Armenia in school education, secondary school education, and in higher education.
Thank you, Father Mesrab. Karol, you know very well, you're a member of the board of the Armenian Virtual College. It was our first Armenian experience in online learning, though we were teaching mostly the diaspora with that. Even though IP School also benefited, we worked together on the chess courses that were disseminated online in a hybrid manner. Now, we do have the experience in Armenia to produce those courses and give them, so it can be both ways. It can be to prepare, produce, and deliver it to the outside, but similarly receive it from outside and make use of it. So both ways are possible. Gladly, we have some local experience which can be leveraged, whichever programs we choose to. The current online education of Armenian Virtual College is mainly on Armenian topics, language, history, culture, but one can expand it or collaborate using that same technology to do otherwise. Perfect. Manuk, you want to add a comment?
Just a small comment. I think the situation in Armenia is very differentiated. They're very forward-looking organizations, and they're standard Soviet-style instruction-based institutions. For example, you've just heard about SoloLearn. This is one of our portfolio companies. Taking the opportunity, I want to promote a little bit one of our portfolio companies. This is probably one of the currently the most advanced formats of education. It's providing coding education through mobile. Even the MOOCs, massive online courses, are still considered to be a bit outdated. There's serious doubts about whether these MOOCs would take over, will be kind of a dominant mode of instruction in the future. But mobile is kind of picking up, and paradoxically, there are few efforts in Armenia that are on that cutting edge of the global kind of disruption of educational landscape.
Thanks a lot, Manu. That was a good point. Moving on, let's see, maybe Vasken, you can make your statement. Vasken Yakubian is the president of AGBU Armenia, also an organization that is bringing innovation to our lives, to the Armenian life. And Vasken, I'm sure he has some points to make.
Thanks, Yervant. How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Well, to be honest with you, I was a bit surprised when Yervant told me yesterday that I'm on this panel. And I was thinking, why or AGBU has to do anything with innovation? But in fact, thinking a little bit, I thought that at least AGBU, probably not me, has a lot to do with innovation. But this year, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the independence of Armenia. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of AUA. We are also celebrating the 110th anniversary of AGBU. Well, as a country, a nation, an organization, or even individuals, sometimes we have to think for a minute as to what we have achieved throughout our lives and what we would like to achieve and what adjustments we need to make in order to get there. And AGBU, in fact, has been doing a lot of this for the past several years, in fact, since 2011. And we wanted to know as to how our organization today should look like to serve our nation better. And I stress on the word nation because when we say nation, we think about the country, which is the land, the people, the government, the church, not in a spiritual level only, because it's one of the pillars of our nation, and the diaspora. You see, many of the traditional old organizations, parties, including AGBU, were founded long before the independence of Armenia. And their mission, logically, we need to rethink. I mean, we have a new reality today in our nation. We have an independent country. So we really need to make some reevaluation, some adjustments, some fine-tuning in what we have been doing for decades or maybe even more than a century. So during our AGBU's internal meetings, brainstorming sessions, we met in Miami, we invited other people from other organizations, we consulted international firms. We came up to the conclusion that we clearly need to continue working on the preservation of our identity, both in Armenia and the diaspora, but also be heavily involved in the prosperity of our nation. This was something more or less new for AGBU. Prosperity, of course, includes the development of the country. And because a prosperous Armenia is a prerequisite for the preservation of the identity. So today we are talking about innovation, which is the major driver of productivity, economic growth, and development. So how can AGBU have anything to do? What does it contribute in innovation? If you look at the studies that have been done by like World Bank, I already passed my time, I haven't said anything yet. They put some prerequisite of what is needed in developing countries for innovation. Education is one of them, adequate policies by the government, good infrastructure, which more or less we have, financial resources. However, most of them, they don't say anything about the diaspora. Whereas the two leading countries in innovation, namely Israel and Ireland, they relied and still do heavily on the diaspora. So this is where AGBU comes from. I need a few more minutes. If you allow me, I continue. But if you don't...
Seems to be very exciting.
Okay. So this is where AGBU comes from. Today, AGBU is really heavily involved in establishing or designing within AGBU a pan-Armenian platform that will really discuss the national priorities and think as to how we can coordinate and consolidate the resources around these priorities. We are, maybe most of you know, we are closely coordinating and cooperating with IDEA Foundation, TUMO, IPE, and others in the development of what is we're going to call the platform for today's purposes. So what are we going to do? We are going to more aggressively engage the diaspora, making it a vibrant, diverse global Armenian community connected to Armenia and to each other. We should not look to the diaspora as only people with money. It's resources, we have expertise, we have network. It's a vast sea of resources, the diaspora. It's not only about the money. So we are going to continually play a big role in building trust. Today, many of us talked about trust that is needed to promote innovation. So trust between Armenia, country and government, and our diaspora, and also for other FDIs. After all, innovation is an ongoing enterprise, and it's intensely risky proposition. So trust is very much needed to promote innovation anywhere. AGB will contribute in establishing various funds for innovation, technological excellence funds, and others. This is, for example, Israel did this, some venture capital called Yozma, I think, in 1990, with a $100 million fund, and the government retrieved the money plus 50% interest after only 7 years. And it was directed only for innovation. In short, the new AGBU, the platform, which in itself is an innovative idea, aims to playing a major role in promoting innovation in Armenia, thus contributing in the development of the country and, of course, eventually the prosperity of our nation. We believe that our nation has all the ingredients. We've seen so many talented young people today We have all the ingredients to launch the nation and the country to be one of the leaders in the innovation field. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vasken. Okay, we'll move on. We'll move on to Arman Baldarian. Arman Baldarian is the CEO of Unicomp, and he will give us his vision as well. Arman?
Thank you, Yervant. First of all, I'd like to give congratulations to AUA on 25 years of successful operation. Thank you. And you all know everything what I will say, but Yervant asked me to waste 3 minutes of your time. So today is really time for innovation. Why? We are living in an era of revolution and drastic changes. Changes that affect all areas of our life: politics, economy, personal life, and so on. And most of these changes are strongly linked to technological change. We are on the way of technological revolution, and this is, in fact, is not overstated. We are in the era of Internet of Things, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence. And this is really a big challenge for Armenian ICT and high-tech industry. In the next few years, we will see quick growth in ICT and rapid development of new niches in the economy and high-tech industry. And it is very important for Armenian companies to define the key niches and take the initiatives of development of these directions. We have entered into the era of big virtual worldwide market, and we must be ready to face the big challenge, as here we have both big possibilities and even greater competition. The solution is to consider the following three key points, in my opinion. First of all, as all my colleagues mentioned, this is education. We need to improve our educational system. A good way can be a development of third-generation university, as announced today, which is in the focus of our Union of Employers of ICT Companies. We are supporting and working on now. And here we see AUA plays very important role. The second key point is development of local market and usage of ICT in other spheres of economy. This can serve as a laboratory, local laboratory, and as a tool for cooperation for local companies to develop complex solutions for the international markets. And that's very important too. And the third of all, we all, I think, agree this is availability and accessibility of financial resources. And by my opinion and opinion of my colleagues, we can achieve and success in this as long as we have strong cooperation between the government, private sector, and educational system. And we have very strong cooperation between Armenia and diaspora. And this is which we need to do in next 1 or 2 years, no more. Thank you. Yeah.
Very good points, Arman. Thanks a lot for your vision. Our last but not least panelist is Manuk Erginian, well known to most of you. Manuk is the managing director, managing partner of Granatus. We heard about Granatus from Yervant earlier. Now Manuk is going to give us his vision, not as Granatus, but as an expert, as an individual who has done studies for the future of Armenia. Manuk.
Thank you, Yervant, and thank you for this opportunity. I would probably start with an argument that Armenia's innovation ecosystem is in an embryonic stage. So that the grand challenge for all of us is how we move to the next stage. Let me explain what I mean by an embryonic stage. There are basically three types of innovation. The first and the most fundamental is what we call research-based innovation. The second, engineering-based innovation, and the third is design-based innovation. Basically, what currently we have in Armenia is mostly design-based innovation. The known technologies, the known knowledge applied in a different way, in a more user-friendly way, or in a different format, targeting some niche markets or differentiated markets. But very few engineering-based innovation, and I would say almost non-research-based innovation. So research-based innovation is basically very expensive. It requires many years and a lot of money to come out with really radical innovation, and large countries only can afford that type of innovation. However, the smaller countries have also the ways and models to be part of the research-based innovation. And if we are thinking that the next stage of the ecosystem development, then we have to think of how we migrate from just being providers of design-based innovation to more engineering-based, and then in the next stage to the research-based innovation. If you detail down this grand challenge into more specific challenges, I would probably outline a few of them. First of all, it boils down to the size of the country and the structure. The size itself is an objective constraint in terms of the resources, both financial, human resources. How we can overcome the size constraint? We can look at the examples of other countries which did it successfully. Israel comes top of mind. It's basically through international collaboration. You have to be immersed in other ecosystems to be able to participate and bring your contribution as a small country to overcome your size constraints. I think that's point one. The second, which is very close to that, is access to international markets. Being in a country with constraints in terms of transportation and the geography, we are very remote from large markets. And the intensity of interaction with more sophisticated, more advanced markets is very low. I think this is a critical challenge. And in order for us to really participate in the technological revolution that is unfolding right now in the world, and what many people are already calling the fourth industrial revolution, we have to participate in international value chains by building a lot of international collaborative projects and initiatives. In the third component, which is closer to my area of operation, is funding. I think Armenia has already developed a few critical elements of funding innovation ecosystem. The many projects providing grants to innovative startups, the first venture capital, which is our fund, providing the necessary infrastructure. However, in order to move to the next stage, we need a massive influx of capital. The Israel, another good example of that. If you look at the most disruptive technology, you would see many different types of grants that went into funding the fundamental basis of those research, and then some of the teams pan out and develop their own products based on that. So we need that base of kind of funding fundamental research, applied research, and based on that also product development and R&D and developing prototype. So multiple types of funding instruments tailored to each stage of innovation development. And how we can get an evidence that we are on the right track and we are moving to the next stage. I would probably give just one, if I would need to pick one performance indicator, probably that would be the number of risk takers. Is it going up or is it going down? Because innovation is a very risky activity. And if you have more and more young people, and not only young, taking more risk, that's the good indicator that there's a certain dynamism in your ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuk. Okay, I'll open the floor for a few questions, if you may address the panelists. Whoever is not tired yet. Please. We'll get back to you and Larry, yes.
Thank you. This is mostly addressed to those of you who are fundamentally in education, and also, unfortunately, to Assistant Prime Minister who's not here, but a lot of the world is looking at what we can do to include more girls and women in STEM-related fields in innovation and entrepreneurship. Certainly Armenia has a lot of those examples. I'm wondering what's being done in Armenia to encourage girls and women to become more involved in STEM fields and also in innovation and entrepreneurship.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to answer? I can give you some data if you want. In our company, we have a chunk of people in different countries. I come from our Silicon Valley location in Mountain View, where the female presence in R&D is 9%. Our location in Yervant, which has 750 people, has a female percentage of 33%. Okay, it's a data point.
At AIB, we are trying to keep the balance. Almost 50% of students are girls and 50 boys. And which concerns STEM programs, I would say that so we have good participation, no less, in some subjects even more, so of girls. For example, I mean, biology is a favorite, area, and now biotech is becoming a very interesting part of the new technologies, high tech, even in physics and chemistry, by the way, and in math. So we have, good participation, of course, which concerns to general, your question was general. What government do for keeping the balance? I don't know if there is a special, policy about this. I didn't hear that. So we do something to encourage girls. But I think that life is changing. These areas, technologies are becoming very attractive for the girls. I can say that we also have good percentage of participation of girls in robotics, which is considered sort of more applied to boys. Everything is changing. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Mesop. Larry, you had a question. Microphone. Mr. Peets is the chairman of AUA Board of Trustees.
So I want to thank the panelists very much for their comments, and my question to you, and at least two of the panelists are on our board of trustees, so I get to hear from them often anyway. But for the other panelists, given that this is the ribbon cutting for EPIC for the 25th anniversary of AUA, I would welcome your comments about how AUA fits into the future as you see it. AUA has superb students who will feed into the process that gets carried out, whatever that process is, whatever the directions are. So any help you can give us to optimally aim what AUA is trying to accomplish, I'd be grateful for your comments.
Who would like to start? So Larry's question is for Arman, Father Mesop, and Manuk. Arman, go ahead.
First of all, you know that the majority of IEP graduates go to AUA, and AUA is our critical partner, and we are pretty much linked to AUA. That's why to bring new dimensions into AUA curriculum are very important. I think that STEM is definitely the next step for AUA. Math and sciences are very important. It's pity that our students who prefer these, professions go to other universities in Armenia or go abroad. But if AUA can offer very strong programs, this will be attractive for them. I would say that now AUA has a momentum and has to use this momentum, because you are selecting, the talented kids of Armenia from IEP, from FISMAT school, from quantum school. We are giving you, believe me, MIT level students, and you have to take this challenge and make necessarily changes. And we are with you. Whatever I can do with my resources, I'm ready to do, because we need to have in Armenia very competitive higher education, not just good education. In education, there are not good goals. Goal of education is excellence. If education is not heading towards, excellence, something is wrong there. That's why I think that AUA now has a momentum to use this and establish in Armenia a new, culture of excellence in higher education. This is what I want to see in the future of AUA.
Thank you, Father Mesut. Arman?
This is a really interesting question, and I will tell about the opinion of many my colleagues. Till the last years were not so satisfied. I will tell about ICT only, not other subjects. Were not so satisfied with the quality of students we get in our companies. But I think the situation drastically changed after opening of Bachelor in AUA. And I see, we are very happy to see opening of EPIC, because education without practical knowledge is not usable in today, especially in ICT direction. So we hope and that the quality and will be changed drastically this and next year. So that's my.
Okay, thank you so much, Arman. We appreciate your input. Manuk?
Yeah, I use sporadically at AUA, and I also interview a lot of AUA graduates for employment at our companies. I think one specific skill set that AUA graduates probably need more attention to pay more attention on is very practical skills. They're very advanced on some theoretical knowledge, but in terms of the practical, like simple stuff like Excel or I don't know, writing a PowerPoint and slides. I think these kind of things are very demanding in a job market. This is just very small nuance, but on a grand scale of things, I would agree with Father Mesrop that it's about, again, striving for the next level, which is not try to just satisfy the demand of the low sophisticated demand of Armenian employers, but also strive for changing that cycle by providing so well-educated graduates that they change the system themselves. So that's the excellence challenge. And in order to do that, without, I guess I'm going back to my previous argument about the research-based innovation. If you're thinking only on the side of the more technical innovation, then I guess if AUA turns into more research university type of institution, that will help a lot in terms of its contribution to the innovation processes in Armenia.
Okay, thank you so much. Carol, you had a question to follow up? No? You'll wait. Okay. We have a question over there.
Thank you. Vahan Avsepan, Armix Foundation. First of all, my congratulations for this center. Thank you much. It is
Thank you
to you and to us, all of us.
Sure.
So there were many sentences about the usage of ICT in the other fields of economy and business, and also education. And the question is to Mr. Yakubian. Actually, do you plan to use ICT to maintain and support the creation of this pan-Armenian platform? Because in the case of our diaspora, we are far away from them in many cases, and I guess only usage of ICT can make it work, really. Thank you.
Well, to be honest, maybe locally, but not on the board level yet, because this is something new. We have come up with several ideas as to how we can use ICT within this platform that we are thinking about, and to get people more engaged, to measure their performance, whether they are donating money or time or whatever. So eventually, I guess we are getting there, but so far we have not really dug down deep into this topic.
Yeah. Given the nature of our nation, the distributed nation, we can only benefit from ICT. Our connections, our network, our linkage would be through ICT. So whether we like it or not, we don't have choices. In local arenas, we may be able to avoid it, but on a national basis, that's the only way to connect. Okay, I don't see any more questions except for Hasmik. And this will be, I think, the last question that we will take. We'll wrap the conference with a few comments, and we'll ask you for your feedback later. Hasmik.
Yeah, my question is to Father Mesrop. You mentioned that about your intention to have also a university that is founded on the same model of excellence that you've used for IB. I was wondering if before that you would be considering working with a department in an established university already in Yerevan to try to pilot that model, especially like a social science department, because we know social sciences are dragging back in Armenia. And if not, then why not? Thank you.
Well, we are in process to find, the scopes of this technological university. We are trying to understand, is it going to be separate, campus, or will be based on the existing university, or will be combination of various, universities, so collaboration. Because Yerevan is center of Yerevan is a small campus, by the way. It can connect all the best, places of, excellence in higher education. AUA is definitely one of the priority spots for this. And that's why, so we have to understand what we can do in the base of AUA. So we are trying, and recently we were with you, perhaps you heard, with President, we visited Boston, MIT, Harvard, and Tufts University. And the purpose for visiting to MIT was to show the President what we want partially to see in Armenia. And I think that he was very impressed. And 2 years ago, we officially initiated a process of negotiation with MIT. And we have good connections there and understanding. And so we hope that we can work with them this project.
Thank you, Father Mesrop. We look forward to that. This was an exciting day. It was a long day. We started early morning with numerous sessions, with very interactive audience, informative speakers. I'd like to thank you all. I'm really happy to see lots of young faces among us throughout the whole day that have stayed with us, that have continued to learn and contribute to this. AUA is a center for that. AUA has been and will continue to be even more part of this innovation and entrepreneurship, especially now with the EPIC Center being created. We don't see this as a unique event. We probably will be seeing more of such events, perhaps having an annual event like this, but AUA is an attraction that will bring together all of this. Being connected to the US through the UC system, we'll have more access to more innovation and entrepreneurship providers, material, courses, as well as initiatives that EPIC can lead us through. So those 25 years will be completed with this step, and we'll be moving ahead with far more for the next 25 years to come. We'll be part of a network. Next week, we do have a similar event, but in diaspora. In Silicon Valley, next Friday, June 10th, we are holding an innovation conference, an Armenian IT Innovation Conference in Mountain View, California, where about 200 people will be participating in it. You are invited to join if you want. It will be at Synopsys in my building, in fact, at the conference center. And it will be a very exciting event as well, with numerous items in the agenda that will complement what we discussed here from a diaspora point of view. I think we got very good input from you, but we appreciate finding more. So probably on our website, on our EPIC website, we'll have the ability to get your feedback about the conference. Give us your input. We'll be able to absorb that and move forward with it for our next step. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you. I'd like to thank the distinguished panelists for their participation, for their time, their opinions, their views, and especially I'd like to thank my partner, Arman, who co-organized this event with me. Arman, you have a word to say?
Thank you all. I think this has been an exciting day for all of us, especially for AUA, for the opening of EPIC. We hope to see all of you in a few months when everything is running and everything is in place to host students and teams to start incubating companies at AUA. I would like to join Yervant in thanking all of you for being here, for all of you that actually stuck around for this many hours. Also, I'd like to thank AUA staff and faculty for helping organize the conference. Special thanks to all of the volunteers that made it possible. And I'd also like to highlight Aram, I'm not sure where he is, but Aram, can you stand up? Thank you so much for helping with the conference. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot.